our support for this connection. Yes, if you prefer. So the way we want to do this is that we want to offer a few thoughts to kind of warm us up. I hope everybody had coffee and is ready to talk, because also a big part of the session we want to engage with you. And now I realize that we have this weird setup that is actually not so friendly for engagement, meaning I sit on the stage, Tanvir is on the screen, and then you are far away in the room. If you'd like to come closer, please please do. There are those seats here. But of course, if you're comfortable at the tables, that's perfectly fine. I do hope that we can make it as interactive as possible, because also it's not that, just also to manage some expectations. If we talk about defending the commons, it's not that we will now, unveil some silver bullet secret plan. We have probably more questions than answers related to this. And as we are all part of Wikimedia, I think we all believe in the collective wisdom in uncovering good solutions to existential problems. So with this short entry, I would love to pass over to Tanvir to start us off with your intervention.
Thanks, Anna. I have to place it on record that Anna has been a magician in pulling this through, and thank you, Dimi, also for making this happen. Clearly, defending the commons is not as easy as one thinks it is. Right. So I'll begin with the first conversation that Aditya, Alec, and I had about this topic. We were talking about how internet is taking away the pride of being a Wikimedian. All of us Wikimedians had and still do hold a lot of pride that we contribute to the Wikimedia project, we contribute to the larger idea of the commons, but then slowly that pride is being eroded. The conversation of the trust is probably the second half of this, but at a very, very uh, level of an individual feeling, pride is being eroded, that you no longer take pride in being a Wikimedian because internet has just made it impossible for you to be located, identified, and celebrated as a Wikimedian. So how do you do defend commons, or how do you do defend the entire free knowledge enterprise that we created? So that was probably the first thread of the conversation that we were talking at. And then Aditya did submit this abstract, and then it got selected. And come to think of it, I want to go back to one of the most beautiful framing of the commons that is done by Elinor Ostrom, who also was awarded Nobel Prize for this. Of course, her work is towards the economics, the commons on the economic side, but the principles stay very, very relevant to this conversation as well. She says, among the many interesting things that she says, she makes it very clear that commons has three very, very notable and very dangerous threats, which are external. The first one is commercialization. Whether we agree or not, internet has always been a commercial operation. It is that we have also had havens such as Wikimedia projects, havens such as a lot of the other open source projects that offer a respite from commercialization, but they don't take away the fact that internet is still a heavily commercial activity. The second threat was not very visible and not very pertinent to us, which is the free riding threat. Of course, we have always had people who came in, extracted data, siphoned off information. In fact, our licenses support that kind of activity. We want it to be a purely commons engaging and commons enabling work. And the final thing that she identifies in her work, the other point that she identifies in her work, is a little ambiguous but is very important for us to decode it, which is the asymmetric threats. Now, what would asymmetric threats in this context look like? It can be anything from an agentic AI trying to, negate the validity of the information that you have on our platforms, negate the labor, become extravagant in its very nature. But it is also about underlining and perpetuating the difficulties that our systems have not been able to address. For example, equity is a big question across our problems. And when this data goes into the formulation of new internet, new LLMs, new AI models, then you are taking forward the same biases, taking forward the same difficulties. Right now, this was my problem statement. Where do I want to go from here? Defending the knowledge commons is not just about creating new policies, creating new task forces or setting up new workgroups. projects. I think it is important. It is very important that people come together, sit together, and talk about what is the future of the commons. What does Wikimedia projects do? What do Wikimedia volunteers do? But there is a larger question here that I think is more pertinent and more important, which is we should stop looking at the Wikimedia projects as individual projects. Of course, there is this shared egalitarianism that we say that Wikimedia projects collaborate with each other. Wikipedia helps Wikidata. Wikidata figures out a way to feed back into Wikipedia. I think during Wikimania, there's also a Wikisource app that is going to be discussed, which builds on the Wikidata repository, all of this. But these are just contributions. I think the very notion that Wikimedia projects are no longer just individual projects, but it should be classified or it should be identified as public knowledge. So it should be seen as a public knowledge infrastructure. We should be looking at Wikimedia projects and the governance around it, the formulation of policies around it, not as individual project policies, but as the emergence of a new public knowledge structures. I have a few examples as to how public knowledge structures. This is not the first time that we are engaging with the structure. We have all gone through, in my experience from my childhood, there was Prasar Bharati, which is the equivalent of PBS. There is also the BBC, which are all public knowledge structures, which are all public knowledge institutions. So, how do we move away from being an individual project that articulates and that identifies your, I don't know, the next 3 year strategy to a long term gain that looks at global policies, global politics, various trends such as demographies, literacy rates, movement towards open data policies, or the politics of the open knowledge or open data. These are the questions that should be central to us rather than thinking, what is one outreach going to do? Or I'm not saying that, I'm not trying to say that the outreach programs that we run or campaigns that we run are not important. I'm saying that the challenge, the asymmetrical challenges that I borrow from Eleanor Ostrom indicates that I think we are past the time when we say that if one project does well, it will be good and it will be important for the rest of the projects. Now we have to look at a different framing, a different scale, and it is in this direction for defending the knowledge commons. We should not look at Wikimedia projects as individual knowledge projects, but as a public knowledge infrastructure, public knowledge trust, so to say. So I have a few other points, but I'm going to pause here and see if Anna has quick reflections, and then I'll come back. Thank you very much, Anna.
Before I share my reflections, I want to actually ask you if there's anything that you would like to ask or add to Tanvir's framing. Okay, so then I hope we can have a discussion later on. Yes, I think Tanvir. I think we don't talk a lot, but we talk sometimes, and I feel like we align on so many points. So so bear with me, everyone. I think that what really resonates with me is this sort of syncretism of Wikimedia projects as a way of defending the commons, in a sense that, of course, we are super oriented to protect and develop the flagship project that also is the most recognizable one, right, which is Wikipedia. At the same time, of course, we all know that the mission of the Wikimedia movement is free knowledge, right? So not just one of the projects, as successful as it is, and as recognizable as it is. So I obviously would not call to abandon the efforts to make sure that Wikipedia can thrive in those very convoluted and uncertain times, but that indeed it's important to see this as part of the knowledge commons, right? And I also know that from my perspective in Europe, many of the affiliates and organizations working in Europe actually sort of strategize not so much around the concept of free knowledge, but indeed as a concept of knowledge commons, right? And then they have different aspects, they have different actors, they have different synergies, right? Or various synergies rather. And that becomes useful to them in terms of looking into the future and how we can make sure that the knowledge commons are indeed protected and taken care of. I'm also a fan of Ostrom's framings, and I guess one of them that really should resonate with all of us, if I may make such a bold, should statement, is that the commons obviously need a lot of care and protection because of this joint ownership, right? So it's not enough at this point, and maybe never it was, right, to make sure that enough content is produced, but indeed that there are all sorts of frameworks that strengthen them, and that we look at different aspects of how they are actually possible. And I want to speak about this a little bit as well. I want to touch on one of the topics that is also, again, from the European perspective, that has been put up also in the description of the session, which is the concept of digital sovereignty. And this is something that in Europe has been discussed a lot. And I think that there is a bit of ambiguity between what we call the digital rights communities to enter this framing, because there is a fear that instead of uniting us around defending, the commons, but also digital rights that underpin the production of shareable information, that it becomes a national project, right? So it becomes, okay, who can actually invest more money? Is it going to be France? Is it going to be Germany? Which projects are, going to have like which national banner attached to them, right? And we do think that digital sovereignty is actually a good concept only when it's shared and when it's really global, because it is to say that then there is, it becomes really a counter proposition to the dominance of, nation-based technologies, right? As it is with American and also in this case Chinese. So I think that it is especially important for us to look at this framing, because of course, being in Europe, we have to engage, we can choose which narratives to engage in. But this one is attractive because we can really show how European communities and free knowledge and digital commons produced in Europe or taken care of in Europe can be part of that discussion, right? So in terms of policies, we can also make that argument. It is important because, as everywhere in the world, in Europe, we have many languages, and it is also important to say that part of the sovereignty is also being able to produce information and knowledge in many languages, right? And here, one of the issues that we do identify related to AI is that it's very Anglo-centric, and it also means that a lot of knowledge that will be produced or will be aggregated through those agents will also be in English, right? And that is an amazing loss, right? And it's also an amazing, a blow into the equity and the knowledge equity. So this is something that, to me, plays a role a lot in defending the commons. If it comes to the future of the knowledge commons and specifically Wikimedia projects, well, some of us say, well, let's here to another 25 years of that, and some people say we have 3 years, right? Because of declining readership and because of the changing patterns of how people absorb information, and of course because of the exponential development and also investment in the AI, right? So I'm not going to now, engage myself in the debate whether one is true or the other. I do hope that we have, next 25 years and then next 25 years. But indeed, to ensure this, we need to look at both ends of that spectrum, meaning that we need to look at what it means to actually deliver knowledge to people in the changing environment when people just read less, right, in general, and change their patterns of absorbing information. And on the other hand, that there is, decline in basically going to websites, right? Like that's happening less and less. You're all Wikimedians and Wikipedians. I don't have to, patronize you on this. Probably in practice much better than I do, and I hope you bring this practice in the room, what it means. I think when we talk about defending the commons, yesterday there was a very interesting event, also co-hosted by Open Future, related to specifically AI threats. And there were a lot of conversations related to negotiating with big tech and making sure that there actually is a social return on the use of commons. So something that Tanvir also, I think, brought up, that the knowledge commons are being sucked up into those proprietary systems that generate value, and this value is not brought back to the society, right? I think part of that actually Wikimedia tries to figure out with Wikimedia Enterprise. I think that we talk on one hand about the industry, on the other hand about the content, and I think there is the elephant in the room, and I understand why, because it quickly becomes a political statement, and we want to be neutral and apolitical in many contexts important for Wikimedia, is that we have to talk about economy, capitalism, and business model, right? And my point here is that I think we have to be very strategic about those negotiations and alignments with industries that are extractive by design, and they don't stop with the commons, and they don't stop also with copyrighted content, right? So in that sense, what Hollywood produces and what Wikimedia communities produce is the same, because they consume it all the same, right? And they don't care, because as all big tech, they don't care about the consequences. They do believe that innovation is the key law of nature, and that it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission, right? To drive this innovation forward. So this has been already covered by Shoshana Zuboff in her monumental book that now I blanked out on the title, but you probably know this. And I think, you know, AI in that sense is anecdotal evidence to the problems that we have seen. And I think that a lot of people have this, hope, which I, again, understand why, that there will be a kind of repetition of history, what happened with big tech and Google, that actually somehow we were able to create this win-win situation in which the search engine was actually bumping up visibility of Wikipedia as also trustful source, and also as, you know, a means for people to fact check information quickly. And I think many people hope that we can, by negotiating with big tech, that we can actually get similar win-win situation and alignment with the companies that run AI agents. And I do think that in a way now we are in the golden age of this, because the AI is not socializing as quickly as they hoped, right? And I want to also bring up an important aspect, that actually people who are the most skeptical around it are women. I think we are mansplained enough in our real life that interaction with AI agents brings suspicions that we basically were socialized in. And I think that this is, again, a case in which the wisdom of women should be looked into and treated seriously, because we know. So that's one of the things. I think that I said that we are in the golden age in the sense that this socialization is not going so fast, that those companies are actually careful right now how they step into all areas of our life, right? So also talking to them right now is probably more successful than it will be in a year or two, or maybe even in 6 months. I mean, this is moving so fast, right? So when we cross this tipping point, when it's really very prevalent, which means also there is a massive, adoption by public authorities and other companies of those models, then it will be much harder to negotiate whatever we want to negotiate, right? And one last thing that I want to bring up is that except talking about business, I think we also have to acknowledge one thing that makes commons possible, and it is all of us and all of you. There is no digital commons, and there is no free knowledge without the communities that produce it. And it's not only to say, which is already a lot, right? That, well, people think, spend time, use their laptops, use their technology, use their time to produce articles on Wikipedia or upload images to the commons and so on. What is the fabric of this work, and what allows us all to actually work together for 25 years, fight for 25 years, and stay together, is the community. And this is something that really is not valuable or visible for companies that are product first, right? This is not going to be something that they will care about, right? And also, maybe I am now, throwing a bomb, but also sometimes looking at the Wikimedia Foundation, that is a product-first organization, right? We see that for them, the communities and community work is very different than for people that live in other areas of the world and that also, run affiliate organizations, organize events, and so on, right? They just look at it from a different perspective. And I think that the strength of Wikimedia communities around the world is that we are community-driven. And we know that community building takes time, and that it takes effort, and sometimes we make mistakes, and we have to start all over again, right? So I do want to make an argument that in defending the commons, if we don't care about people and about communities, no amount of good deals with OpenAI and others, and no amount of content or no amount of readers will help to make this project sustainable. So that's my pitch to you. Tanvir, would you like to comment on any of this?
Thanks. Thanks, Anna. I just want to add rider to what you were saying that with all of those things, no amount of money, no amount of readers, because that's been the prevalent argument in the few months that Wikimedia projects are seeing a downward trend because there are not enough readers coming onto our website. I don't dispute the numbers. I definitely think that our projects need a very different rejig of how we work with readers and editors. All of that is kosher. But I do believe that technology is not the answer. And I want to go back to the point that you were making earlier and stress that it is community or it is the people that work with the Wikimedia projects that's the answer. So when I frame it as a public trust, when I say that Wikipedia is no longer just a utilitarian project, it is a larger concept that we will have to think about. I don't have a blueprint. I'm not saying that these are the 5 board members that I want, or these are the 2 nations in which we will have officers, or this is the domain in which it will work. What I'm arguing for, or what I'm wishing for, is that we stop thinking about this as a utilitarian project. We have to understand that knowledge economy is is huge. It's not just political, but it is also in economic terms. It is huge, and project conversations or platform conversations don't do the justice to the movement values. The movement is no longer about giving obscure information or giving relevant information. It's a combination of all of this. In fact, Ben Tornoff makes this very interesting argument that we all talk about public utility of the internet, but why do we stop from talking about public internet itself? It is not that it can't be it's not a utopian concept. There are ways to make certain services public. We have made that we have made that possible across some other very, very important infrastructural needs. Health in some countries is that, education in most countries is that. So how do we not understand, or how do we not appreciate the underlying factors that move towards this vertical mobility of internet, of digital literacy? These are the things that uh, a mandated organization or a mandated structure like a public knowledge trust should be picking up. This is not to say that Wikimedia Europe should not be picking it up, Wikimedia Foundation should not be picking it up. I think Wikimedia Foundation has its own set of responsibility that it has to deliver on. So over and above that, it should not be given more responsibility, so to say, without obviously adding to its capacity. But I still stick to my point, and I want to emphasize that we are at the cusp in a in an internet changing order of internet that is no longer about I have this question and will you give me the answer. It is about I have this large framing of questions. What would be the right framing of the answers, or what would be the right framing of the questions itself? That is no longer about a project related Q&A. It is about the future of knowledge. It is about the future of what knowledge structures would look like. And for that, having mandated smaller sets of individually coordinated, by individual I don't mean a single individual, but a local level coordination of individual problems, I don't think is the answer. So thank you.
Any reactions from the room? Support, indignation, questions? Okay. Then I have a question to you, Tanvir, again, because you mentioned this idea of a trust. Can you speak a little bit more about what this could look like, and how sort of we would situate it? I mean, you know Wikimedia movement very well. You have been also, you used to work with the Wikimedia Foundation, right? So you have also a good view of what different actors bring to the table. And you also are based and live in India, which is a wonderful country for social mobilization and lots of initiatives also that were successful in defending free internet, right? Notably the Facebook Zero grand fiasco is still to this day, I think, a highlight of how community mobilization is actually can successfully push back against really stupid ideas. If you could give us a little bit of, you know, like kind of thought experiment how this could play out.
I'll try my best. Like I said earlier, I don't have a blueprint of what this trust should look like. And like you rightly pointed out, Anna, this is just an idea that I'm trying to work with here. I don't have a plan that I want to socialize and I want to get people to vote on this side of it. But by and large, the basic values of this trust or the basic mandate of this trust is that I think it is the community, that it is the people who are important in solving the problems that we face now. And I was referring to the asymmetrical threats that we're talking about. There's this wonderful, I don't know how many of the folks here are Lord of the Rings fans. There is this wonderful scene in Lord of the Rings where Gandalf is leading them into the mines of Moria, and then there is a door, and Gandalf is completely perplexed. He is, after all, a very well revered magician, and he says, I don't have any memories. We are in a similar situation. I don't think we have a digital memory of the asymmetrical threat that we are looking at. So, how do we counter that situation? We counter that situation by investing in people, investing in communities, rather than saying that this is a tool that is going to stop scraping off our content, or this is a tool that is going to monetize the content, or this is a tool that is going to help people understand better flows of knowledge. All of these are welcome. Again, I'm not saying no to this, but the larger mandate is, what about the gross enrollment ratio in, say, global majority countries? Can the Wikimedia project or can the Wikimedia movement speak to the gross enrollment ratios? Can we speak to the digital literacy ratios that we have been observing from the last 10 years? There have been multiple international NGOs that have been working on all of these fronts, on the fronts of knowledge, on the fronts of information, on the fronts of how do we understand access. If we are to use those numbers, or if we are to use that data to work with that, I think that should be the primary responsibility of this trust. We should definitely have a trust that does more managerial things, of saying, this is my fundraising target, these are the fiduciary duties that somebody resolves. But what about those big questions that communities are going to be affected from, but are not able to articulate and fundamentally decide for themselves? That part of the discussion needs to have a starting point, and I think Wikimania is a good starting point. I think any of the board meetings of affiliates are good starting points for this. I do have two big questions that I have not resolved in my head, even when I'm articulating a public knowledge trust such as this. The first one is, how do you bring the trust in that public knowledge trust if it does not have a geographical anchor, if it does not have a thematic anchor? Why will I trust this? I can trust, in my own example, when Wikimedia India was functional, or when Access to Knowledge team was functional, I was able to trust the CIS's mandate of work, but because there was a board there was very clearly laid out rules, a scope of engagement, duties and responsibilities. How abstract can public knowledge trust get? I don't know. That's again going back to the asymmetrical fight that we are fighting. The other big question for me is, this sounds like a very utopian fight, or this sounds like a very utopian dream. It sounds more like a, I should be able to connect all of the dots that are happening around us, and I should be able to provide a good and an informed response. But there is a learning curve. If I were to set up a public knowledge trust tomorrow, for me to just catch up to all of the things that are going to affect knowledge commons, there's going to be a learning curve. Who is going to support the public knowledge trust for this learning curve? Is it going to be the responsibility of the community, which is already looking at scarce resources, or is it going to be the responsibility of established entities within the Wikimedia movement, and probably also some sponsoring coming from from allies? Those are questions that I don't have good answers to. I'm going to pause here, Anna.
Thank you so much. I promise that we will not hold you accountable for any statement that you make in shaping this trust. My only comment is because I think it's important what you just said about the sort of European influence, like this phantom that is often driving a lot of those initiatives. It's just cultural perspectives and perspectives of being able to tap on resources that other places in the world don't have. And of course, experience and knowledge is one of them, but the other is simply money, right? What it makes me think is also that I think in Europe we often have this tendency to kind of rely on that and then overlook that in other places of the world there's actually a lot of resilience, a lot of learning, a lot of solidarity, and also a lot of joy around those processes. And I think that when you say that there is a learning curve, I would also underline that in Europe or in the global minority countries, as we call it right now, there is also a learning curve, right? To also unlearn that it's not that we always have all the answers, right? And that we should platform a lot of approaches and initiatives in a way that enables access to resources, rather than always kind of be in the front of conversations and say, this is how we do it, this is how we set those organizations, and this is how we talk to politicians. We don't have all the answers, and especially in the world that is changing so much. I want to check again if there are any thoughts in the room to throw into the conversation. Friederike, thank you. Do we have more microphones? No?
Thank you so much. Sorry for being late, so maybe my comment is not really adequate, but yesterday I attended a nice session in the library François Mitterrand, and I learned that, there was a woman from UNESCO present as well, and I also learned that public institutions are also struggling. They say, well, we have to preserve the public knowledge and we want to give it, but we don't know how to behave in these days. So there are allies, I would say. There's also money. I mean, they are funded, and maybe this configuration needs to be enhanced. And there was also a keynote speak by Audrey Tang, who was, as always, very positive. And she also said that they were in Taiwan. They were using the wiki model of radical transparency for governmental processes, and they were very successful in enhancing trust. So I'm not saying that we get any remuneration for this. We are not selling this model as, you can use it, but we have to get paid. But it enhances visibility, and there's also a chance, maybe, with disinformation, etc. So this is just throwing some ideas that there are good examples around, and examples that are useful for established and resourceful institutions. So maybe we can also engage in these discussions a little more. Thank you. That was my unstructured thoughts on this.
Hi, everybody. I'm Patricia for Wikimania Chile. I just wanted to react upon something that Tanvir said. Hi, Tanvir. So good to see you, even in the distance. Investment in community. I think that's very relevant. We are a socio-technical movement, and the technical part, of course, is very relevant, but the social part is also extremely important. And I think that we are, as a movement, investing a lot in the technical, but that's the how. The social part, it's the why we are doing this. And without that community element, I don't think that we're gonna get too far. So I wish that our leaderships, those who are in leadership roles within this movement, could understand and see the value of communities and the value of faces, names in the trusting process. So those are my 2 cents on this. Thanks.
Really working. No, we don't have the online. Yeah, we have many, obstacles in defending the commons today. So, it's the embodied experience. I really align with what you both said as a suggestion to look for allies also in the public sector and the community part. I think several conversations already that happened on Monday and yesterday, and exchanges also made me think that really there's a difference between community support and labor harvesting. And I would love that we see that there is really a difference. And also between reaching out to readers and looking for public support also in use of our, that's also type of support, right, Maria, of our projects, and views harvesting, right? Because these are two different things. And I think when we become too product oriented, we do the harvesting, right? We become a harvester. So this is something that I think also affiliates have to, all of us, and Wikimedia Europe, definitely by support of the affiliates and members, is committed to do that, is to highlight that this is what we do, right? I wanted to offer another idea, and maybe that will also make you, I don't want to make you to do anything, but move your brains. Sorry, multiple sources of inspiration here. I just want to stay on track, because we also want that you have time. So one of the idea is the trust, right? One other idea that we could do a little thought experiment is actually the AI, right? So we talked a little bit about the absolute extractive natures of those systems. I think one of the key challenges is that the economic model behind the AI agents is to cut out creators from the value chain. And what it means is that right now, if you want to produce any sort of content or art, you need the creator. And creators are moody, right? They have creative blocks and they want money, and then they don't really produce something that you sometimes want, but they do just what they want to do. Like, there's lots of problems there, right? And money is one of them, right? So what AI enables at some point is that the creator is not needed because we can do slop, right? And if there is, and the thing is that right now, when there is this mix of creativity and slop, humans are kind of better at this still, right? So if we cut out the humans out of this equation, like the baseline is lower, right? Like, we only have slop and people go like, yeah, this is what it is, this is what it means, right? So it's just one of the examples. And I do think that creativity is also behind Wikipedia project. So I would also want to underline that we are in this battle with the creators, right? Well, I want to ask you and see whether an answer to all that is to actually build our own AI. And our own means by Wikimedia movement, or with other allies, with people who also, can do this technology. It's also a question, of course, of how resource intense this is, water, energy, all of that, right? So maybe this can be done better, right? Because AI is not going away, right? So I wanted to check with you, and also with you, Tanvir, whether this public AI, let's call it like this, because obviously if we build something, it's public, it's available to everyone, whether it is a meaningful alternative to the current extractive paradigm, and how Wikimedia movement can position itself around it. Like, is it actually feasible or interesting that we become a builder of such a tool, or maybe be a policy voice behind it, or a backer in any other way, right? Like, federate with other communities that want to look into this, and also how we can make sure that when it's used commercially, that we don't again end up in this value lock, right? So that those companies are giving commercial products or commercial users that are giving back to the commons. Any thoughts on this? There are thoughts on this, amazing.
Yeah, on this AI point, we already also discussed it, not at the AI, but at other pre-conference yesterday. And there we came a bit to the conclusion that our unique selling point of the Wikimedia project should be that our content is AI-free. We can use AI as a tool for some purposes, but that our content should be AI-free, and then in the future we will be the only project that is AI-free, and that makes us a new unique point of the project.
Yes, I agree that making a Wikipedia AI would be a very deeply unpopular move, and it would be a can't beat 'em, join 'em approach that I think would not work.
Anyone else? Over in the back.
Yeah, hello. In my normal job, not a Wikipedia job, sort of, I work in finance and do some stuff for investment funds. sheer amount of money that these companies spend on AI puts like whole Wikimedia Foundation, whole affiliates, everything just in such a tiny ballpark. It's a rounding error for them. So I think if we, we basically don't have the resources to do that ourselves. What we can do is there are a couple of startups or and initiatives around Europe that to build more reliable AI. I don't know how to position that, and with more public interest put in place in the first place. So that's, I think, the only way it can sort of work if we collaborate with some. I think there is also one initiative in France that does that, but we definitely cannot do that ourselves, sort of. Yeah.
So sorry to speak again from yesterday. I was there was a Swiss initiative called Apertus, which is obviously something the closest of a public AI that we have already. They are from Switzerland, and they run on Swiss high-performance computers, which are cooled ecologically, blah blah blah. So it's like the best thing we have, and they want cooperation with Wikimedia or in some sort. We don't know. So I don't know. I mean, I was like having this revolutionary idea that we can block public content for a month for extractivist AI companies, and then let's see what happens. And only public-minded, you know, we have a share-alike thing in our licenses. So if they don't share, then I'm sorry. If we could do this, and then maybe the competition on who has the best results will give it away. I don't know. So that is just a thought. I don't know how to execute this, and this is obviously also against some of, you know, we have free content and everybody is free to use it. It's a dilemma, I guess we are in. So, but no, I don't. I also don't think I agree. We cannot build it like we did our great projects. This is, I think, out of our ballpark.
Tanvir, you wanted to intervene. I can just add that obviously I don't come here to, you know, pitch this to you as as a solution. I'm just curious what people think. I do think that one of the advantages of our projects is actually that they are super lightweight, right, and not difficult to put together. And obviously AI agents are the opposite of that, also in terms of resourcing and technology and skill. Tanvir.
Thanks, Anna. There are two parts to this. The first part, Friedrich covered. I was just going to refer to Apertus. And also to place on record, there is already something called Public AI. It is a not for profit, registered. It has a website. In fact, Samuel Klein, who's one of our longtime contributors, who's also at Wikimania, is one of the office bearers of it. So if you run into him, just ask him about Public AI and he'll be more than happy to speak about it. That was the functional information part of it. But there's a philosophical part to it of the Public AI. I think by the framing of the AI, I don't think Wikimedia project should create a model or should create a tool of itself, because we were never supposed to be a tech-facing project. I want to go back to everything that Peter and you and I have been saying that. I don't think the answer for the technology of AI is to create another facet or another tool. The answer is to say that how do we nurture communities that have never been part of technology? Because if you look at the way that the AI models are being developed, the brute compute force, the economic costs of it, it's just going to take away resources from everything else that we do if we ever go into that race. First of all, I don't think we should go into the race. And second, if we do enter into that race, I think it is just going to take us into the wrong directions. Having said that, there's something that was very interesting that happened early February this year when we were at the Wikimedia Futures Lab. Now, allow me to paint this picture. It was Wikimedia Futures Lab, lab being the operative word. People even wore scientist coats to make it more technology and scientific in nature. But if you looked at all of the responses and most of the insights that came about, it was to say that this was not a technological problem. This was a social thing that we need to. The answer is in the social dynamics of the community, the socialization of our project. So there seems to be a consensus that even though the AI is a tech facing or a tech um, appearance of a problem, I think the more fundamental question is that what do our communities do to overcome or to override that problem? We seem to be comfortable in discussing the AI impact on large language models, which have a fairly good understanding and utility. But what happens when, say, Kannada, which is my language, does completely get butchered by a language model, and then it blames it back on Wikipedia, where from where it has received the largest training data set for it. In fact, Stanford University put out, and it does every 2 years, something called a transparency index for all of the AI models. Now, the most surprising thing is Apparatus has just come into that list, but for the last 2 years, the most transparent models for AI development and for AI disclosure have not been open models. The first one, I think, was the meta model, which only gives you downstream information. And the second, for second iteration, I think it was Hugging Face that came, had the highest transparency index, right? So it is not about what technology we will develop. It is about who works with the technology and what kind of community do you catalyze to interact with that technology, to question that technology. And more importantly, how do you govern some of these big questions that are not just your community questions? For all we care, the Kannada community that I work with is thinking that AI is our biggest ally because it helps us in translation, it helps us in proofreading, it helps us in sentence building. So it is not a problem to us at all. But if you were to ask a linguist, if you were to ask somebody who's working with history of languages, they say that, but this is not the Kannada that is recommended even for speaking, even for writing. So there is a fundamental dissonance that is happening here, and that comes back to the primary question that we are asking, that how do you defend commons? Defending commons is not just adding to commons. Tomorrow there might be a policy decision that the AI companies take or the LLMs take, that 2% of whatever new content that they generate, they will figure out a way to put it into open knowledge projects. I don't think that's the answer. The answer is the integrity of the commons along with the flourishing of the commons. The flourishing of the commons cannot happen simply because of a mechanical incentivization. It has to happen, and it has always happened due to people. It has always happened due to the community that has worked for it.
I wish you had the microphone because you could drop it now. Well done. We have 3 minutes, so I would love to see whether anybody else had some more thoughts or inspiration for us, hope. Yes, Patricia.
Thank you. Just one last thought, adding to what Tanvir said. This is just not a social problem; it's a social political problem. And I know that the political word make us feel a little bit uncomfortable because we need to be neutral, but the tech situation in which we are is not neutral at all, and we need to understand and embrace that in order to really overcome the situation in which we are right now and to ensure the integrity of the commons, just like Tanvir mentioned it. So thank you.
Anybody? Maria, Patricia? No? Sorry, you're in the first row. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming. Thank you because, as you can see, there has been slight challenges in us talking about defending the commons. So I appreciate very much that you were with us for this. Thank you, Tanvir, for connecting with us. I'm also glad it's not too late for you, right? It could have been much worse. So have a beautiful rest of the day. I admire your view. It was almost distracting. Yes, I hope to interact and talk to you throughout Wikimania on any topics that we find important. I want to wish you a wonderful Wikimania, but Wikimania is always wonderful, so I don't think We need that. But yes, I think that one thing I wish you is that we are all a bit worried about different things coming at us in the movement, outside of the movement. So my wish is that this event and this gathering and this common recharging, mutual recharging, bring us all hope and energy for the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna and Dimi. Thank you for making this happen, Dimi. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sasha. I'm the room manager over here. Just to let you know, we have a coffee break starting in 5 minutes. There's coffee stations on every floor. Please put the chairs back the way you found them. Thank you. And the next session in this room will begin at 11 o'clock. And don't forget any of your personal belongings, please. Thank you. Hello. Hello, bonjour. Welcome. Please fill every seat available. We have a lot of people coming, so please fill all the seats. Thank you, merci. Bonjour. Welcome in. Please fill every available seat. We have a big group coming. Thank you. Merci.
Herschel, you want to stand here maybe? I cannot stand here, that's a problem.
Wiki has a capital?
Yeah.
I see that one. Whatever, that's right over. Patricia, esto es no foto para ti. Naranja no es.
At
Ah,
20.
naranja es.
No, 2026. I have
Reina. She's a boss.
We're not going back in the past.
Naranja es. No quiero naranja.
Oh, that works there. Yes. All right. Bonjour. Welcome in. Welcome. Thank you, everybody, for coming. We're going to start our session. Just a note, if you scan the QR code on the wall right there, it provides transcription services for what's happening on stage in different languages. This because there is no live translation here. And please, at the end, please make sure to gather all your belongings, all your things, and maybe help us rearrange the room if you can. But I'm going to pass it off to our speaker, Mikola.
No, that's Lucy to start.
So, hello everyone. We're just going to quickly introduce ourselves, but it's absolutely wonderful to see so many people packed into such a small, warm room. We're going to improvise throughout our session, but first of all, we're quickly going to introduce ourselves. I hope people are aware that you're here for presenting the grant making strategy and co-designing the next steps, which has been a draft, and I'm going to say draft many times, a draft strategy put together by the Global Resource Distribution Committee. My name's Lucy Moore, and I'm an editor on English Wikipedia. And yeah, I'll pass on to the other Lucy.
Hi, I'm Lucy Crompton-Reed. I'm CEO of Wikimedia UK, so I'm one of the 3 affiliate members on the GRDC.
Hello, my name is Mykola Kozlenko, user Nick K from Ukrainian Wikipedia and from Wikimedia Ukraine, and I am representing the CEE region, Central and Eastern Europe and Central Asia on the GRDC.
Okay, it's really hot. I'm Delphine Ménard. I represent the, Northwest Europe, but really coming in with a lot of global insight.
Hey everyone, my name is Herschel Jackson. I'm the ED for Wikimedia South Africa. I'm one of the other 3 people from the affiliates.
And I'm Jorge Vargas. I'm in charge of our grant-making portfolio and partnerships at the foundation. And I am sitting in the GRDC as the representative of the foundation within the group. And I'm also going to speak on the other folks that are not here real quick. So we have Monica from Wikimedia Colombia, who's the other affiliate seat. Tawitham representing ECAP, Barakat, and I'm missing someone. Barakat, Balaji, Tawitham. So it's a total of 13 of us. Mervat. But so you have a few of us, but not the full group. That's all I wanted to acknowledge. And back to you, Lucy.
So just to talk you through how we're going to run today. So the QR... So when the slides return, there will be a QR code to go to the grant-making strategy, the draft one, in case you need to refresh your memories. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a very short presentation on the strategy, and then we're going to run feedback from you all. And you are the first audience that we are getting feedback on the draft strategy from. So we're really looking forward to your insight and your astute questions. And we'll split into groups for that. It might be slightly chaotic at that point. Please...
There's no QR code.
Yeah.
You can just go to Meta and search for GRDC. That will take us to our site, and the grant-making strategy draft is one of the first updates there. So yeah, well, we figured out no need of the QR code, we can do that. And let me know if you cannot find it, but go to Meta, search for GRDC, and the draft of the strategy is linked in the very first part.
And then after we've done our feedback in different groups, then we'll have a group feedback session all together as well. We're just going to see if we can solve this small technical problem, because I think it would be helpful if we can see our slides to introduce it. Yay! Thank you, technical team. Oh. Yeah.
Sorry, say that again?
It's the connection on the laptop.
Ah.
We keep plugging it in and out, so the cable is not working.
Can you present from there?
On peut rien faire de plus là.
Oui.
Ok, ça marche. Allez-y.
Suivant.
That was exciting. So we're still dealing with technical issues. Coming in.
Okay, c'est bon.
Is that?
That is a QR code.
Okay, do it.
Still in next slide.
Yeah. Okay, so if you want the QR code to the strategy, please scan it now with your phone. Right now. But the...
To the draft. But it's a real QR code.
Okay. I think we'll just give people a second just to do that. Thank you so much for your patience. And then I'll be passing over to the rest of the team members. Okay, next slide, please.
Okay. This is me. So the strategy is quite long, but here it is on a page, which I love. So I'm going to just really briefly talk through these 4 aims, but we are going to go into a little bit more detail in these over the next 4 slides. But I wanted to first say that these 4 aims were developed in response to the synthesized challenges that emerged through considerable stakeholder feedback and consultation over the past year. So the way that we've structured our strategy, and you can create strategies in many different ways, is we looked at what we felt had emerged as really key challenges, issues, things that everybody that we spoke to felt were problematic or needed to be improved or could be strengthened. So in summary, the order of these, I have to say, started off as random, and we have reflected a little bit on this. And although they're not in priority order, I think it is important that the first aim is about equity, because that was such a key message that we heard from most people that we spoke to, that there is, at the very least, a perceived sense that there is not equity in access to resources. And that is a key thing that we're trying to address through this strategy. And I hope that that comes across, that we're really looking to build an inclusive, equitable movement, an accessible model for resource distribution. The second aim is really about how do we clarify what it is we're here to fund. And I worked on this bit, so I'd really like to draw your attention to this key priority of human and financial sustainability. And I hope that those of you who worked on the movement strategy to 2030, that you'll recall that this was the very first recommendation from that strategy. But I also feel that it resonates pretty well with the emerging priorities articulated by the Foundation in reach, engage, protect, and enable. And we can come on to talk about what human financial sustainability looks like, whether that's the right priority, whether it needs to be broader or indeed more granular. The third aim is about supporting affiliate sustainability and funding structures. And that is about making sure that affiliates which are organizations, many of them with paid staff, many of them with contracts, many of them with offices, have a level of predictability and certainty over funding, but without ensuring that they still have to deliver impact against priorities. So it's about trying to balance those different things and ensuring that if, for example, an affiliate is going to lose funding, that message is delivered clearly in a timely way with ample opportunity to wind down reasonably, but also that affiliates understand what the parameters are for funding and how they can apply for funding and over what scale. And multi-year funding, having that longer term view, which has happened over maybe the last 5 or 6 years, and I know affiliates have found that so helpful. We heard consistently from affiliates and from others in the ecosystem that this is a really important part of what's been happening over the last few years and one that we want to sustain. And then the final one is about strengthening regional funds committees. And this is not in any way to undermine the fantastic work that volunteers on those committees are doing, but it's really hard. I mean, we've got people on the GRDC who've been on regional funds committees. It's a huge amount of work, and we want to make sure that those committees are well supported and sustainable. So I won't go into any more detail because, in fact, the next slides will take us there. But particularly for those of you who maybe are not as familiar with the strategy, we wanted to have this broad overview of those 4 key aims that we're working towards. I'm not sure what I pressed now. Sorry.
Next.
Thanks. So the first aim that we have is equity and access to resources. So during our draft proposals, what we came up with is that we need to strengthen the rapid funds, as newcomers don't have currently an entry pathway. What they need is something that is easy to follow, that supports them as they enter into our movement, and that's a focus area that we identified. We also identified the need to pilot a separate funding committee for thematic groups, because that's also something that came quite heavily out in the feedback that we received. And then the last item that we identified was we need to implement a capacity building program for newcomers. So this is where newcomers can lean on the wealth of knowledge that we already have in our movement to train them, to upskill them, to help them avoid all of the hurdles that more senior affiliates have already gone through. And I think that is it.
It's back to me. I have already talked a little bit about aim 2, which is about, which is about funding priorities and also how to define impact. And those obviously are 2 separate but related things. In our consultation, one of the things that we were hearing is it's difficult to know how the grants lead to impact, but it's incredibly important before you can't know what an impact is unless you know what it is you're trying to change. So this is where we're trying to get to in this, and I think, as Lucy says, it is a draft. really seeking to iterate this a lot more. But we'd really welcome your feedback on whether, firstly, this priority is clear, but also is it the right one, right? Because I think that this is quite central. But underpinning that is making sure that there is a really robust monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework that is appropriate for the size of your affiliate to respond to. If you're receiving a small grant, you shouldn't have to monitor 100 metrics. If you're receiving $500,000 a year, then there's a lot that you need to be demonstrating to show that you're accountable for that funding. But also I think it's really important that if we're saying as a movement we need to get better at sustainability and recruiting and retaining editors better, for example, let's get better at sharing good practice. What works in that? How do we know that these particular mechanisms are going to lead to retention? And I think there's a huge amount of knowledge that we want to make sure we're all tapping into collectively. And also just, it has to be clear how you get funding and what the parameters are. And I'm not saying that, that these guidelines don't exist, but just making sure that these are all done in a timely way, that people understand what their entry point is, what they have to demonstrate in terms of criteria, and then how they monitor and demonstrate impact. And then I'm passing to Mikola.
Yeah, suivant, s'il vous plaît. Oh. Yeah, so this is our third aim about affiliate sustainability and funding structures. So we have heard a lot from affiliates that they want to have long-term plans and have some certainty about how their funding will look in longer term. So the first one is we know that there are resource constraints in the foundation, and we think that what is needed is a periodic recalibration. First of all, to have some dedicated budget to rapid funds and also calibrate the budget for the new thematic streams that Herschel just mentioned. And we want this recalibration to be periodic to make sure that the funding reflects the priorities of the movement. The second one is about establishing differentiated and predictable funding pathways, which consists of differentiated as in tiered model, partially resonates with what the foundation will present tomorrow, but our vision, or the day after tomorrow, for the movement ecosystem pilot, our expectation from the tiers is that tiers reflect the both governance and impact maturity of the affiliates, so that the affiliate knows, on one hand, based on how developed they are, how experienced they are, they go through the pathway most relevant to their experience. And the second one about predictability, it is having a data framework based on the size of the target community, the level of development of the thematic areas they are working in, and so on, to have some indicators which would help both affiliates and regional fund committees understand what amount of money they can expect, so that we have something else than the amount of money received as previous years. Supporting responsible transitions and funding stability, both in multi-year funding for the affiliates who are stable and having a long-term strategic plan, and transitions in case two affiliates are getting merged or an affiliate is getting derecognized, to give them transition funding to prepare this change. And building affiliate fundraising capacity, last but not least, we find it really important that in the current world, affiliates who have capacity have also resources dedicated to them to build fundraising. Slide suivante, s'il vous plaît. And we believe also in regional fund committees. We think that the work they have been doing for the past 5 years have been really valuable for the movement, and we want to make them stronger and give them a real, show that they are a real voice in the movement, which is really important to our decision making. So ensuring effective decision making in line with movement priorities goes through clearer frameworks, goes through clearer support from the staff, so that regional fund committees know that they have resources in place to make the effective decisions. Strengthening the sustainability of regional fund committees goes through recruitment, it goes through trainings. So we think, for example, that it would be valuable to have a mix of Wikimedians and non-Wikimedians in regional fund committees, because we sometimes are missing expertise which is hard to find in the movement, but which is readily available in like-minded organizations. So that's one of the pathways we want to consider. And improving transparency and clarity in decision-making goes through keeping all the best practices of how decisions are made and published on Meta, and making better frameworks to reduce the burden on the regional fund committees and on grantees to make sure that the applications are clear, transparent. We have all the data recorded, and we can clearly trace why the regional fund committees made this decision. And I am passing this to questions and answers. So first of all, we will have a discussion. So we will go through a word cafe. Oh, sorry.
We're going for question and answers first, and then we'll see how we do it, because what we had in mind is not going to work in this room. So
we thought that we'd have round tables and we could have people around round tables, and then we thought, well, maybe if people are just sat down, we can put you in groups. And now there's so many people standing and sitting and squatting and lying on the floor that we're not gonna ask you to do that. But we're very grateful that you're here. So this Q&A bit, this is just kind of clarifying questions about our aims, and if there's information that you think, they didn't put a lot of detail in there, that's because there's a lot of detail in the 20-page draft strategy. So, yeah. But, yeah.
Are we only taking clarifying questions, or do we also want suggestions and input at this point? Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it doesn't have to, but let's start with clarifying questions, because I think that's also a good place to start before moving into more substantive discussion points, perhaps. Is that all right?
I'm gonna try to have a queue. I see Christophe, Evelyn, Jean-Bart.
Okay. Do we have another microphone?
Okay. Let me try to get this. Sasha, can you help me?
Yes, I am already. You don't need to volunteer.
Okay, so then I'm gonna
question, but mine is borderline between the two topics. It is a clarifying question.
Okay, then I will start with you. Okay. Let's do it.
So, sorry, I was late to the session, but could you clarify, like, what do you mean by movement priorities, or are those defined in some way in the documents that you're sharing?
Yeah, I hear you. So we talk about movement priorities a few times in the document, and we did that conscious that there is no great thing on high saying these are the movement priorities. When we were talking about this strategy, a lot of people were saying, and this came both from like the grantor, so that's the regional funds committees and the foundation, but also people applying for grants. It's like it's really hard to know whether are we applying for something that fits the priorities, and there was no sense of a defined priority. But what I had heard was that the movement strategy was too broad to enable the regional funds committees to make good decisions. So the feedback that I received was, you can do almost anything and fit it into the movement strategy. So we did an exercise of looking at the movement strategy, but also looking at the multi-generational strategy that the foundation published, I think, in 2024, and also their emerging priorities that are articulated in their annual plan, to try and find, what is a clear priority for the movement at this point in time. And with the external threats that we're facing, with the declining readers, but also declining editors, it felt clear to my group that sustainability was hugely important. And so we said, well, we as the GRDC are going to put that in the draft. So we think that this should be the priority for funding. If people disagree, then obviously that's a discussion to have and it can be changed. But I don't think it was enough to say in the strategy, we need to define a priority. We made the decision, okay, well, who's doing that? No one's doing that. We're going to do it. And this is the priority.
Can I just add something real quick? If you look at the draft, so as Lucy already explained, the broad priority that we established as the funding priorities was, I'm going to read it again, so increase the human and financial sustainability of the Wikimedia movement. But we actually have a list of examples in the draft of what we meant by financial sustainability and what we meant by human sustainability. So if you look at the draft, maybe that could also be helpful to see if those examples resonate. Of course, there is just like a non-exhaustive list. So for the discussion portion of this, we can look at whether if that makes sense or not for that. I think I have Jean-Bart next. We only have one microphone? Yes. Okay.
have a big voice. So the awkward question, that maybe I'm asking the wrong audience, obviously, but A, big fan. I love the overarching games. If this is to be the strategy, thank you. If this is to be the strategy, how do you relate to what the foundation published is an operational implementation of a different strategy, is my interpretation, because they seem to be conflicting with some of the overarching aims. I know it's tricky. I don't know who wants to answer it. Maybe you say this is not our remit to answer, but you were mandated to do this. So what is your view on this? I know this. Oh, I'm so sorry.
So I think it's important to remember there were 3 separate pilots that the board mandated. One was the GRDC, which is us. One was the Product and Technology Advisory Council, and the third was the Movement Ecosystem pilot. And the staff that have been tasked with that pilot have been tasked by the board to do a piece of work. I do think that the timing has been unfortunate, that we were not able to properly sort of align and dovetail. And I think there are some areas in which what we've presented actually aligns quite well with that, and other areas where it's very clear there are tensions. And let's be honest, this is a movement that is built on discussion and argument and consensus building, and we are at this, I'd say, we're at a fairly early stage of doing that consensus building across those two pilots. But Jorge has the enviable task of, I think, being the staff member across those. If you want to add anything.
Also, I mean, yes, to Lucy, I also don't want to go like super in the weeds of that, because I really don't want to take time from actual discussing the draft. But yes, we are in a point where the 2 pilots clearly need to be talking to each other, speaking to each other. I think that has spoken a little bit towards how affiliation and grant making have been 2 functions in the movement that have been historically just completely separate and treated separately also internally within the foundation, which is something that under my more recent portfolio and tenure, like we moved AFCOM to work side to side with the GRDC. Those 2 committees are now like speaking to each other. When we have like for Lisbon, for example, for the annual plan, like we brought both representatives. When we had our writing sprint, it had both. So if Wikimania had been in maybe like 3 months, 4 months, I would say that would have been reaching a point where there would have been a more clear, defined reconciliation of those 2 current proposals. But we see them as complementary, and those that like where there's tensions, we just need to resolve them. But there won't be 2 separate things. But again, I don't want to like go in the weeds of that if we really are focusing on this one. And there's going to be an actual session for that on Friday that I encourage you all to go. I think we had Claude.
Thank you, by the way.
Do we need the microphone for the transcription?
Hello. I'm passing over a question of a fellow member of the ECAP RFC because the event chat apparently isn't working. He'd like to ask that in this new model, how is the exchange of data and critical information about an affiliate grant applicant between the affiliations committee and the RFCs handled?
I'm afraid we cannot answer that question. This is implementation, and I don't think that we can go into the weeds of that. But we take this question as something to explore when we implement.
Great. So I know Christoph has his hand up now. Do you want to go in, or should we move to Anna?
Someone here, I don't know your name, sorry.
So I'm just gonna read how I have my list here, and please, as you go to the microphone, Sasha, sorry.
Raise your hand high.
So I have Christoph, then I have Anna, Joel, Bernard, Carol. I don't have your name. Sorry. Bernard. Okay. Carol.
Christoph.
Hi. Hi. For once, I'm going to be short. Those are the topics we've been talking about for the last 15 years. Every single implementation we did, Global Matrix, FDC, and everything in between was exactly also about that. So what is radically different in your strategy that is going to make work after at least 4 failures?
For logistical reasons, why did we, because the microphone's there, so if we can just capture the questions of these next 2. Anna, what was your question? And Joel, what was your question? Sorry. So with Christoph, it's differences with past systems.
My question is related to the idea that I find really very good from what I hear, which is the transition funds. I know there are details in the draft, but if you could speak just a little bit more about where this idea came from and how you see it placed against other streams of funding. I think it's a really clever thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. And how about we take those two, because we have Joao close. So we don't have to like do the back and forth. No, but go ahead. So who wants to speak to the difference between like the past and why the FTC and global metrics and all, like Ristof's question?
I don't think there are fundamental differences. I think that everything that we do needs to be kind of readapted and rethought and reviewed. I think that what we're trying to do is maybe assert some of the things that were in the air but not really written down. So I don't say like, oh, wow, we have this amazing kind of thing. There are a few things that are interesting. The transition fund, Anna talked about the idea of a data framework, maybe to not so much to look at what people did, but what they could do, and things like this that are new. Otherwise, I don't think that we are just reinventing the wheel completely. We're just kind of making sure, and this is the work that we did. We looked at what exists. What do we want to keep? What do we want to keep? What do we want to make better or try to strengthen?
I'll just add one thing onto that. I think something that we focused on quite heavily is stakeholder engagement across the board. So throughout the movement at all levels, and I think that is, at least from my perspective, a difference based on the previous iterations. Thanks.
And then the question around transition funds, Anna's question, anyone wants to speak to that?
Yeah, thank you. Good question. So in the current framework, there are two main decisions the regional fund committee can make, either grant money or not grant money. We want to have some third state saying like, we are giving you money now, but we expect that over some certain, like, we are not giving you money long term, because we have a lot of affiliates and grantees who are there for historical reasons, but not for strategic reasons, let's say. So that resonates with the movement ecosystem paper, that there will be affiliates who will be de-recognized or invited to merge. And we are currently not having any workflow to manage this. So our expectation is that regional fund committees say, reallocating your money, but this money goes into a transition, and we expect that for the next funding round, for example, you are merged with another affiliate, or your project stops because we think that your project is not making enough impact, but we still want to give you money to responsibly unwind operations, so that we are not saying in December, oh, by the way, in January, you need to fire all of your staff. But we are saying, okay, we give you some time and money that we discuss with you to give you time to transition to the new mode. And of course, this will be all based on strategic priorities and on data. And Delphine, you want to complete?
No, I don't want to comment. Can I just add then something real quick? And that's also why the proposal, the draft, I'll just keep saying draft as well, the draft of the movement ecosystem strategy is also proposing a 2-year timeline of like transition. Like it just doesn't make sense to make any like immediate changes, to like Micola's point. Joao, and then we can answer, and then we'll bring Joao, let's answer, and then we bring the microphone to the back.
Okay, so first I would like to thank everyone on the committee for this work. This is very serious and I think inspiring. I have two procedural points about the proposal. The first one is the overlap with the other document, the other experiment, because many points that are being discussed on the talk pages of this other document would actually apply to what is being presented here. And like I myself made a very long comment on rapid funds. And now I don't know whether or not what I said out there will actually be relevant for the discussion, if I should basically echo myself, or how this will be taken into account by the committee. And my second point, I think just to understand also the way that I can engage, is the time frame we are working with and what the decision-making process for this, not the draft, but when we move beyond the draft and have an actual proposal to the board, will actually take as a form.
The first question I think we answered a bit earlier, where we said we are working hand in hand, and while we have made different proposals at at the same time, which is a bit unfortunate, but that's the way we do things. The idea is that yes, we are looking at the comments everywhere, and we are making sure to address this. At this stage, for just to give an example, the funding tiers are in our strategy as an idea. We should have tiers, but we did not extensively occupy ourselves with the funding tiers as they're defined in the other document, which we want to do in the coming way and work really close to that group to make sure that the feedback goes both ways. So that's for your first question.
Do you want to talk about the process?
Yeah, I mean, I can say that from our perspective, we have opened the draft for comments on Meta, and just caveat to that is that you don't have to comment on Meta. There's a GRDC email, through your own local networks and communities. There should be a GRDC representative member. So we're all open to however you want to communicate with us. But we have asked for that feedback to come in by the 17th of September to give ample time, hopefully, to come in. And then we will be trying to incorporate all of that feedback and present a new version. The timeline, I understand, on the movement ecosystem paper is that is going to the Board of Trust of the board of the foundation in September. And I don't know what the capacity of the board will be to say, okay, well, we'll agree these bits, but maybe not these bits, because actually we see that as being the mandate of the other committee that we have set up. But that's for the board.
Okay, we're going to hear from Karel, Bernard, and Dumi, and then answer those three, and then we move to the next part. Yep.
Yeah, hello, Cara. More of a comment. So I'm working with Wikimedia Foundation. I have been working on global processes, including movement strategy, also supporting now the pilot work in the support team. And my comment is really like the question regarding the alignment. And I would like to really hone in on the aim two, funding, priorities, and impact. As Lucy rightfully said, like we are building on the previous discussions we've already had. If you look at the recommendation from a movement strategy, increase the sustainability of a movement, it's exactly about human sustainability and financial sustainability. It's exactly that. No, and this is also like my work, like what I'm trying to do at the foundation as a support staff for these processes is trying to ensure that the knowledge is transferred from one process to another, that there is a thread that they're building on previous experience and the knowledge shared. I know there is frustration from people like that maybe not taken forward as much, but we are committed to that. And at the same time, looking at like what has changed around us to maybe tweak that. I would really like to underline here that this human sustainability is really about impact. So we have this impact integrated into also this funding strategy. That is really clear. That might not be really clear, like if you human sustainability, what does it mean? No, it is really about the recruiting and training new contributors, supporting volunteer and editor retention, supporting the work of community. There are also things around the context that go beyond like safeguarding free and open access to Wikimedia projects. So it's really wide, like a human sustainability is really wide, geared towards impact. And what I want to underline is that in the ecosystem pilot, as we have like pulled together the threads from different conversations, it actually is going in the same direction. It is the community, context, content. So I just like wanted to really underline that if you look at kind of strategical level, we are still rooted in the movement strategy, and we are actually aligned on the strategic level. The question, to Christophe's point, is implementation detail. Like that will eventually make the difference, whether it is impactful in a movement or not. So that's more of a comment from my knowledge.
Yeah, it's kind of a follow-up question in this direction. You were talking about the fact that these were like different pilots mandated by the board, and that there has to be some kind of reconciliation process now. So the question from my side is, what do you expect to do within the month and a half that we have until September? That's supposed to be the time when the decision is taken on this. And also, like on a more personal level, the question, like, how do you feel about the fact that, like, the funding guidelines document, the wording kind of implies your consent, in my opinion. Like, when you read these things, it's carefully crafted in a way that does not actually state that you have been asked, but kind of implies that. How does that feel on a personal level to be kind of disregarded like that?
Can I then say collecting questions. And then can I collect? We're just collecting questions.
Okay, thank you.
We're just collecting and then we'll respond to all.
Okay, so my question is, no, first of all, thank you all for that work. It's good to read things we already discussed in the past and which still are alive. It's good how structured you made your documentation, and I really, really like this overarching thinking. So the question still which I have is, I'm also a fan of aim 2, funding priorities and impact. And I do think the struggling point in this may be who is the one or the body or what which defines what is the impact we are looking for. And there's a risk in it, because if we are looking at a movement which is so much depending on volunteers' work, on our loose structure, Lane on the other session this morning said it's a mess, a messy thing, this movement. Maybe it is. I'm not sure if I join that definition, but I do think defining what does impact means for us and how do we define impact should not be in the hand of one organization.
Yeah, I want to build on Alice's point. These three words, equity, impact, and sustainability, beautiful words. If not designed properly, we end up with the unintended consequences that we achieve the opposite. Especially when I looked at the proposed data framework, I'm worried that we may be rewarding areas where there is high population, high internet connectivity, and good infrastructure. And that's just going to wipe up half of the affiliates we have in Africa. And so that's a problem. And unfortunately, as the other speaker said, you have been unfortunately tied into another document that's talking about derecognition processes. And in that document, when I read that, I'm even more worried about affiliates in Africa in particular. How are we going to demonstrate the impact when we have different ways of knowing and different ways of interacting? Let alone that now we also have to work on readership as affiliates. So yeah, so those are the issues that get me worried. But having said that, this is a great draft, and thank you for including those three words, because we have to have them in there so we can design for them.
Thank you, David. So I know that there's more hands, but that was a lot of questions. So let's pass to the answer report. I'll try to repeat myself. So Bernard had the question about how do we reconcile in the next 90 days? And also how do you feel?
We'll do as much as we can. I'm just going to answer this because I'm not going to give you a step-by-step. We need to think about it. The second question was, how do we feel disregarded? I don't think disregarded is the word. We were a bit pissed off, I'm going to say this. Not so much about the content and the things, because we were actually asked to look at it, but in a time frame that while we were writing a strategy was a bit difficult to actually hold. So some of us commented, some of us didn't. There are things we agree with, there are things we don't agree with. The most important thing is past milk is past milk. There's no point in looking at it. Let's look forward and say, yes, we've said it, I think 5 times in this conversation. We are going to work together, and we'll hold them to working with us on this. So I think that's the thing for the future.
I can take Carol, maybe? Carol's question about... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because... yeah.
Like, who is defining impact and what is the body defining impact?
I'll try. Yeah. Oh, yes, sorry, Dapper wanted to say this. But just... just to say, we had a very brief but productive conversation with the Board of Trustees earlier, and this is one of the questions that one of the trustees asked. I think I used the example that, you know, the strategy and the MEL framework shouldn't be saying, well, impact is 30 editors and 40 articles. You know, it's got to be really contextualized, and the people working in those places are the best people to know actually what would a good project look like in this particular place at this particular time. And certainly the GRDC doesn't have the breadth of knowledge and insight to do that, and nor does the Wikimedia Foundation. And I think that is why it is really important that we come up with a framework that enables the foundation and others to say, look, this is what we did with the money, right? We were accountable, we made good use of this dollar donors, and we've done all this work. But not that what Wikimedia UK does is the same as what Wikimedia Nigeria does, is the same as what Wikimedia Sri Lanka does, right? Like, those projects have got to be contextualized, and so does what, and I really hope that it comes across how important equity is to everyone on the committee. If it doesn't, or if there's concerns about that, we really, really want to hear about how we can practically change it to demonstrate that we're not paying lip service to those things. They are really important, and we've probably got it wrong in quite a lot of ways. But I know Delphine wanted to comment on this as well.
No, thanks, you've actually said. I want to go to Dumi's question, I think.
And I think that's why we want also to strengthen the regional fund committees so that they can translate these global priorities into what this actually means for their regions, because we know that, again, North and Western Europe and Sub-Saharan Africa do not work exactly the same way, and these priorities needs to be like contextualized. And we think that regional fund committees, as well as potentially the new thematic committee, would be the best positioned to explain and translate and adapt these priorities to their context that they know better than we do.
I think it's a great segue to Dumi's question, Delphine.
Dumi Sani, thank you very much for your question. I think one of the things that tries to address this discrepancy, right, of context, basically, is the one about the data framework. So the data framework, it's very rough in this draft strategy, but the idea is not so much to look at what people have done, but what kind of access, what kind of potential they have, right? Are the Wikipedias they serve like large, not large, active, not active? You know, does the impact of one editor what is the impact of adding one editor to a Wikipedia and things like this? What is their access to internet? Like, how do you bring people together to actually think? If they can't edit, you know, what are the things that we can do to make sure that we mitigate that? And how does the money flow into support, or the resources in general come into support? I think that's really the thing that we're looking at here, is really trying to make sure that we have the contextual, and we tried to put it out there, really thinking, you know, how do we add context to the funding we do? How do we get away from, and this is a bit my thing, so I'm going to say it a bit in my capacity, how do we get away from rewarding what people are doing to actually pushing them and giving them potential and investing in what they could be doing? And I think that this also needs to really look at these different things that you were talking about, which is, you know, access, facility, ease of use, etc., and things like this. So hopefully this is a small thing in our strategy, but I think it's actually a big thing in implementation. And we've already been talking to both the board, the people who do evaluation, even the research team, about thinking, you know, how do we actually implement something like this to really show that context is key. And without context, you can't really decide that funding. This is one of the things that I find we really need to work on with the pilot, which is organizational maturity is not the only thing that you need to take into account to decide whether someone has potential, or an entity has potential to do good work and have impact. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the idea.
We're going to collect the last two questions, one here, one there. We'll answer them, and then we'll move to the next point. Can you please introduce yourself?
Yes, Mattia from Wikimedia Italy. Yeah, about point one, is there in plan to have a special incentive for newcomers, affiliates, but also affiliates that have never been really normally funded in previous years, and then now they want to start a new investment? So the question is, historical funding will be an important point, or is something that maybe will change?
Thank you, Mattia. Can we move
Thank you for taking on this very hard job. I hope that in your next life you will reincarnate as very calm flowers on meadows, not bothered by anything, especially people. One comment is that perhaps if there was a way to track all the feedback and recommendations from the communities and the follow-up, a short comment whether it was actually implemented or not, and if not, then why. This could add a level of transparency and accountability. So basically just for the communities to know which of their comments are actually then put into the document, so that your work doesn't go to waste and you don't have to repeat yourself. That's one suggestion. And another one is perhaps the Friday session. Maybe it could happen in a bigger room because it's planned for the small room again. So just a suggestion for organizers. Thanks. Yes, Van Nijn from Wikimedia Europe.
Funding will be taken into account. And that's the last actual question we have before we move on.
That was actually quite a good question. So the idea that we have for newcomers is that we need to create the pathway for them, because most newcomers don't know anything about the movement. They don't know anything about reporting requirements. They don't know anything about anything. And we also have the benefit in our movement of having affiliates that are on the other end of the spectrum, where they've been around for many, many years. They know everything. They've gone through all types of hurdles to get where they are, and we see mentoring as being very important for newcomers so that they can move quickly in the gates. I hope that answers a little bit of your question.
What about like the history of?
I think that what I understood in the question is a chapter, an entity has been working with their own funds, or mostly their own funds, and now you're from Italy, so I know where you're coming from, basically, and now they want to enter basically the Wikimedia kind of fund ecosystem. Frankly, I don't have an answer at this stage. It's something I'm taking as a question, as something to look at, because I don't know what's going to be. I just want to say something about newcomers. There's a lot of talk about newcomers don't have the pathways, and yes, we should make sure that newcomers can come in, but the numbers are there, right? Like in our first iteration of our strategy, we said we're going to ensure that 25% of the people who get grants are newcomers. It so happens that last year, 31% of the people who actually got grants were newcomers. So I think we have to also really think about the difference between what is perceived, and thank you for your question about like what we integrate and what we don't. So the feedback is newcomers don't have a pathway. The reality is it's actually not that true. I just want to say that.
Yeah, and one quick reflection of what you said. As a former Regional Fund Committee's member, I know we are bad at, like we as a movement are bad at getting data from affiliates which are not funded by the foundation. So that's maybe something that we collectively as a movement can improve, so that if, let's say, an affiliate who was not receiving WMF funds for the past like 5 years, but have been doing amazing projects, we can actually understand what their maturity, experience, impact are, so that we place them somewhere where they actually belong, and not saying like, oh, you had zero money from 5 past years, so your baseline is zero.
Okay, we're going to move to the second part that Delphine is going to guide us now.
Yeah.
Improvise.
So we're going to improvise. All of you should have had a post-it, at least one. We have more here for those who haven't. The idea was to do a World Cafe. The idea of a World Cafe is people get together and think about a question together, but we're not going to be able to do this because that would mean everyone needs to go out or come back. So what I propose is that you turn around one, like, to work with the 6 people around you or about that. You have post-its, and that what you do is, can you, vous pouvez mettre la slide 10, s'il vous plaît? And we have prompts and questions.
Sorry, keep on.
No, it's not here. We're not doing
No, that's
They're
right.
doing over there.
Kind of like switching between the HDMI.
Celle d'avant, celle d'avant, celle d'avant, celle d'avant, celle d'après, et celle d'après encore. Celle-là. So we have prompts. Basically, these are questions around the priorities. We put this so that you remember what the priorities are. You have the QR code to look at the text more closely if you want to. And what I would ask you to do is this. Turn around to talk in a group of like 6, 5, 6, whatever, and decide, answer those questions as much as you can. One funding priority per post-it. Okay, so really don't do like 1, 2, 3 on a post-it, because the idea is then to put them under there and keep them for us to get the feedback. Answer those prompts. So I'm going to read them for you. What are your overall reflections on this challenge and the proposed initiative? So basically, do you support the proposed direction? Why or why not? What improvements or gaps should be addressed before implementation? Which proposal should be prioritized first and why? What are the biggest risks or challenges to successful implementation? Look at this, again, turn around, talk to the people with you, choose one post-it and decide with you where you're going to put it. You can do 1 or 4 of the funding aims, or the aims, the strategic aims. And we have how much time? How much time do we need to wrap up? Okay, we have 15 minutes, okay? So just get in little groups as much as you can. Get the post-its. Did you distribute more post-its? If you have to, pens, I don't know, please share your pens. Yeah. You have pens in your bags. We have some pens here if you need them. Thank you so much. 15 minutes. 11h50.
I wanted all of the sessions. Yeah.
Are you going to say something?
Yeah. This is your 5 minute mark. 5 minutes. I'll get back at the 2 minute mark. We have 2 minutes left, so I encourage you to start wrapping up, making sure you have post-its written. 2 minutes left. I'm, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before you give us post-its, make sure that the number of what poster you're talking about is in the post-it, so we know where to paste it. Okay? So please, thank you. In the post-it itself, just write if your post-it should be in 1, 2, 3, 4, because it'll be wild if you're bringing them to here. So we're just gonna collect them. Thanks. Okay, you're gonna have 2 extra minutes. 2 extra minutes. Thank you. Si puedes, si estás cerca, si no, yo los estoy recogiendo y los voy pegando. Listo, gracias. Este es del 1, ¿sí? No, tell me, because I'm very curious about your story.
So what happened is that I have this bottle that I've been using all the time for the past, it's 2019.
19.
Right? So that's over the past 6-7 years. Like literally for everything.
It's such a good
And then
bottle.
one day Natalia says, oh, by the way.
Natalia Poland or not? We're talking about water bottles, nothing else.
We're talking about water bottles.
Natalia, former boarder, Natalia. I usually don't try like not to take like swag or stuff. I mean, how many Coke bottles? How many Coke bags do we have tonight? I just got it. Like I'm trying with it. I like that there's a straw, but that bottle is like magical. I don't know. Oh, it gets nasty. That's what I love. And people are so fresh. So fresh. Like in that very sun. Sorry, yeah.
You have 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds. It's not easy for what? Put it in Spanish. Put it in Spanish. Who cares? Oh yeah, and we didn't say, but you could write anything. In any case, so please bring your post-its in the front so we can put them in the posters. There's a poster here for number 4. And we have another, how much? 20 minutes? Damn. 10 minutes. What, 25? 10 minutes and then we wrap. Yeah. No, we're not. We're not. Here. No, I don't know. I don't know. It's okay, just leave it upside down. We'll take a picture anyway. It's upside down. So with the 10 minutes, what we're going to ask is each group, or as many groups as we can in the 10 minutes, to give one idea of what they talked about. And we want to make sure, does anyone have something to say about number 1, 2, 3, and we can go around if they go past. And then we say, but the rest we're going to keep. I want to make sure someone documents this, like take pictures. And then we'll just...
and then we'll probably I would like to wrap up and say comments.
So,
Coming and
thank you very much, everybody. Can we try to turn around again? And Lucy C. Yeah, Lucy C. So I'm going to ask every group to, or at least as many groups as well. We have about 10 minutes before we want to take 3 minutes to wrap up. But thank you for making this so that we could capture everything. The idea is to ask every single group, or as many groups as possible, to give us one of the highlights of the conversation they had, and share it with the group so that we feel that it's not just, like you've written it and then it goes to forget, but maybe have more of a discussion or at least a loud thing that we can remember. I'm going to ask to start at in the front, and you can pick any of the numbers that you talked about, but we'd like to have at least one of each of the aims to be talked about. So this group in the front.
Okay, thank you. I guess to summarize, the prompts mostly used were which proposals should be prioritized or what are the biggest risks and challenges. And what came through across the board is that there are two competing proposals right now. There is a lot of uncertainty of which proposal is going to come on top, or how are the tensions, which are very real and to some smaller groups existential even, are going to be resolved and how. And so I think that translates in a lot of uncertainty and honestly I think disappointment on how they are going to translate on every single of the points, right? Like in equity and access to resources, like the draft strategy is actually very good. The competing strategy, the competing proposal says something completely different. And we don't know how that, and depending on how that goes, the next year could be extremely difficult for many groups or not. And that uncertainty is reflected in the funding priorities and impact, like is it gonna be equity or is it gonna be which type of affiliate are you, right? It just comes across the board in every single one. Like, are we going for a model that again is very heavily dependent on volunteer exploitation? Or are you actually going to go for a model of stability, funding staff and so on? But if you have caps, then smaller groups cannot have staff at all, right? So you are condemning the smaller groups to a precarious situation and instability. And we also discussed the strengthening the regional funding committees. Like for us in Europe, there's a very glaring omission in the sense that there's an Eastern regional fund, a North and Western regional fund, and the South of Europe does not exist. And this is a complaint we've had for a very long time because we have completely different needs and requests than Germany or Austria, right? So what happens with that? Is that gonna be invisibilized again? So I think that's mostly, I think I got the entire group. Thank you.
Where to start, right?
Focus on one, yeah. Maybe.
I think we up to that discussed like what funding are there, because the funding for all affiliates is roughly around 18 millions, which is very small part of the pile. So if even like we can go over that, we never like seen any realistic financial predictions for next 5-10 years. We all know all the threats in like AI and everything, but like the current total like direction towards readership, it's as well totally new. We missed the WMF strategy, like meaning at least 3-year-old strategy that then all the affiliates can along to. And even like this impact measurement maybe should go towards foundation if we want really to go along with like decentralization, which I believe was the fundamental aim of the whole strategy process starting 2018, maybe even before. Thanks.
So maybe let me start with like one quick point that we had in the beginning of our discussion. Everyone hates the event tool. And to be a little bit more, have a story around this, I think the most important part of our conversation was what you shared about like photography and the fact that like, for example, there is one contributor that went to all of the games at the World Cup, or most of them, many games. And created photos that are like super nice and have been viewed 187 million times. Wow. There you go. She should talk actually. Do you want to take over?
So I come from Wikiportraits, and
at this point, more than 1 out of every 100 page views on Wikipedia has one of our photos. And that skews soccer and celebrities. So Messi is doing a lot of work for us there. But I think just looking at metrics and just understanding, even just looking at the foundation numbers, I think we in general undervalue the super contributors, because it's always like how many people registered, how many people did 10 edits in the last month or whatnot. Whereas literally the guy we sent to the World Cup and into the finals, he's a high school teacher by day, and now a professional, or not really professional, a volunteer professional caliber photographer. And I mean, it's basically his full-time job over the last month or so to take photos at the World Cup. And those kind of super contributors, which we see a lot of in wiki portraits, there's someone who takes a photo occasionally, and there are people who are also NVIDIA engineer by day, minor league baseball photographer on his weekends, and they self-credential and they just generate thousands and thousands of photos. And I don't think that the way we have generally evaluate, at least in the English Wikipedia world, kind of value that really invests and looks for super contributors. And I've applied for a grant because you kind of know if someone could be a Wikipedian, they're a little awkward, a little obsessive. So yes. So I applied for a rapid grant to do training for underrepresented folks, $5,000 rapid grant. And it just kind of got denied because with $5,000, I can get maybe you 10 good editors who know how to write something from scratch. And I get why it was denied, because it just wasn't, it doesn't fit into Wikipedia likes large numbers and saying that I trained 10 editors doesn't move the needle, but in part it's because we don't weight the super contributors. That's my main.
And hi, Jenny. We haven't met in person before. Just to say really quickly, it's one of the things that my affiliate measures that we're not asked to measure by the foundation is the views of content that's being released through our programs. And actually, for us, it's usually not super contributors, but super donators, if you like, in terms of institutional partnerships. But for us, it's really important to go, okay, so we worked with this museum, they released this collection on Wiki, and that led to X many views. But I do think it's interesting that currently that isn't a metric that is part of the kind of landscape of monitoring.
All right, thank you. We're going to move to the group there in the back, and then you go next. Here? Oh, was there a group in the back, or is that? Yes. Oh, there you go. Should I talk about it? And just
the summary?
We have
Can you give
8 minutes left,
okay.
So let's try to
be
quick to be able to cover them.
I already spoke before, but I'm now speaking on behalf of a group. So mostly looked at the impact area, key area 2. Impact, very good feedback. Yes, it's great that we're gearing towards the impact, but at the same time there were questions, okay, then how are we going to exactly measure that? What are the exact tools we are using? There is no one tool that fits all, and also there shouldn't be unnecessary bureaucracy for the affiliates, effort needs to go to creating the impact, not into the measurement. So a lot of questions around that. And then we had good questions raised around the equity. Yes, equity, of course, but at the same time, what is actually fair approach and what is a fair implementation of things? It's tied to the other pilot, but these are questions around equity, defining the fairness, and especially if there is a transition based on the strategy, what is a fair implementation of that? So these are key points from this group.
All right. Hi, everyone. So my question was, one of the highlights that we had with my team. So we wanted to understand what merging means. Is it cross-country or within national level? Because if it's going to be cross-country, that kind of makes funding less accessible, and it just complicates things with the bureaucracies, taxes, and they get less funds, and also with decision-making. So what is actually merging? Yeah.
Just to add to that, we also wanted to find out how the GRDC is defining impact, because what is impact in Sub-Saharan Africa is not the same in other regions. Different affiliates measure impact differently. For some communities or for some affiliates, their own measurement of impact is when they recruit new volunteers. For some, it's when they retain volunteers. For others, it's when they improve the digital skills of other people. So before we think about the implementation, the gap that really exists is for us to define what impact really means and maybe narrow this down to regional levels and to country levels so that we can better measure affiliates before merging them. Thank you.
Next group? Yeah. Just because we are 3 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. He has already captured part of what we discussed, and we considered when we are evaluating, we should kind of approach it from the perspective of a mixed evaluation, not just quantitative, but also qualitative. And just like he said, growth can be measured from maybe we have trained and equipped our community members with some skills. So that is aside. Then another thing that we also discuss is in terms of strengthening the regional grants committee members. And now the discussion of also bringing in external individuals, not just Wikimedians, into the space to help. So, but how do we also ensure that those existing ones, when their term is done, like their contribution are fully captured for others or for new intakes to also learn from it? So these are some of the things that we should consider when we are implementing. Thank you very much.
We have 2 minutes left and 2 groups left, so we can do 1 minute, 1 minute. 2 groups or 2?
We spoke about many things, but the one thing I can remember clearly is 17th of September is just around the corner. And if we are going to align this to start at the next funding cycle, there needs to be some serious community socialization efforts so people know this is happening and it's not going to catch anyone by surprise.
Okay. Last one over here. One more group.
Vicky, was there something from your group that was shared? I think you're the only one left from Bali. If there's something to share, now we'll wrap it up. Oh, there's a group here, sorry.
No? No?
No, Vicky's gonna share her.
Yes, it was a spontaneously formed Latin America group, and they were saying basically the same, that the impact in different regions will be a different thing. So you need to adjust to that.
Thank you, Vicky. Let's wrap up, Nicola.
And quick answer on 17th of September. We do not expect this to take effect in this funding year, like 2026, 2027. But we expect that 27, 28 would be the transition year. And yeah, I think thank you all of to everybody who came and who sends the feedback also online.
And just to add to the thanks, if you or your community would like to talk to us further as part of the feedback process, please do get in touch with us. We ran like 1-to-1 or 1 to X number consultations in advance, and we're happy to do so again if you have points you want clarifying or you just want to talk to like a person. So please, please, please do take us up on the offer if you would like it.
I really want to thank you for the grace with which you approached this session. Thank you.
All right, everybody who is leaving to a different session, please make sure you collect all your belongings. If your session here is going to be AI and governance lightning talk, so we'll have several speakers, and after that it will be lunch. And staff who are here, if you can help me by making sure the chairs are nice and tidy, that would be great. Thank you.
Speakers for the speakers for the lightning talks. Are you here? We have. Oh, you're fancy. Lightning talk speakers.
Benjamin Bellamy.
Benjamin. Okay.
Hunter.
Julie.
Nicolas.
Nicholas.
Valerio.
Valerio. Benjamin, we already met. Hello. Bonjour. Comment ça va? All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the AI and governance lightning talks. We will have several speakers. They will have, if you do not, does anybody know what a lightning talk is? No? Okay, something new. So a lightning talk is a quick presentation, 5 minutes long, about a particular topic, whatever the speaker wants to talk about. These are going to be more serious ones. We've done fun ones as well. But we will, Habib, will we have time for questions afterwards? Okay, we will have time for questions afterwards, after all the speakers are done. All right? All right, we will, so Benjamin will go first. Benjamin, is it just you or Julie?
Je vois ta sortie. There's a problem with the screen.
Well, technical difficulties. Thank you.
No, she couldn't make it.
Okay.
Who speaks French here? Who speaks English? Okay, so I'm going to speak in English if that's okay with you. I had prepared my slide in both French and English just in case. I can see the screen, but obviously it's not getting here. That's a lightning talk. So the idea is we wait 55 minutes, and then I rush for 5 minutes. I rebooted it. Maybe we can download it from the computer because I uploaded it, so it's available online. The link is on event, yeah, event, I don't know how that's called. So if you go to the schedule, you can find my presentation in both French and English. So it's just a cable issue. So maybe we'll just go all over there to see on the screen. I don't know. So who's coming to Paris for the first time? Wow, are you enjoying it? You can say no. First time? Nice. Where are you coming from? The US. US? I know it's not your first time. And who's come from very, very far away? Australia? Wow. Yeah, that's my laptop. F5. Yeah. So I'm supposed to be talking for 5 minutes, so I'm just like -2. I'm Benjamin. I'm here to talk about free knowledge and free AI. I'm Benjamin Bellamy. I'm working for a French company called Linagora, who's been developing open source solution for 25 years. And can you move to the next one because my remote control doesn't go? So first thing, just very basic stuff about AI. We've been talking about predictive AI for decades to allow to forecast how much will I sell next month, etc. And for like 3 years, we've been talking about generative AI. Actually, what's important here is that it's the same thing. Generative AI is just predicting what's happening in the next sentence or the next word with a little bit of random stuff, like we talk about temperature, which means that we add random stuff, so we get hallucinations. Next, please. So, why does AI need data? Because everything about AI is about learning and training models with data sources. What's important is that we have big volume, good quality, diversity, and of course that we respect the license. This last one is very important. I don't know if you just saw this morning, Anthropic is paying like $1.5 billion because they forgot about this one. Next. Wikipedia fed the whole AI revolution. That's why I'm talking about this today. Wikipedia is a galaxy of projects. We know Wikipedia, but there's also Wikisource, Wikimedia Commons, where you can find very, very good pictures from Wikiportraits. Wikidata, Wiktionary, Wikinews, Wikibook, Wikiquotes. All these data are very well organized, and that's very important for AI and training models. Next. So just one word about model poisoning. When you use AI to create new content, if you use that new content to train again AI, you will do what we call model poisoning, because as you loop on data and you train on stuff that was generated by AI, the content quality will get crap, basically. So that's a huge problem. Next, please. So why do we need AI at all? Because if we use AI to fill, let's say, Wikipedia, and we use Wikipedia to train the AI, at some point we'll get very bad content everywhere, including Wikipedia. So on the FR Wikipedia website, there's a notice that basically tells you don't use AI. So, but at some point, I guess, who is using AI here and LLM? Okay. So vast majority, of course. I use AI as well. So there are some use cases where it makes sense to correct, to translate, to review, to summarize, to structure, to check. Like if you have some data that are not organized, but you want to make a CSV file or whichever, detect and verify. So there are some use cases where AI and LLMs make sense and won't degrade the quality. Next, please. So now a little word about three kinds of AI models. We are used to what we call closed models. If you use ChatGPT or Claude, you don't see anything. You are just using either an interface or an API, but you don't know the first thing about what's behind. You don't know the models, you don't know the weights, you don't know anything. Open weights gives you the ability to download the model and to use it locally because you have all the weights, but you don't know the data set, you don't know how it's being trained, and you don't know the biases. At Linagora, we've been working for years on fully open source end-to-end AI models, which means everything is transparent and you get the full data sets. There is no secret source, the source code is published. Next, please. And I'm almost done. So we do that at LLM, OpenLLM France, which is a set of companies working on this. We use French dataset, but not only, of course. Everything is open licensed, so you can use it and modify it and distribute it. Next, please. Just one word about frugality, because we know that AI consumes a lot of water. So just so that you have an idea, we don't know the real numbers for the closed models because they don't disclose it, but this 1 billion parameters can fit within your cell phone, 23 can fit into your laptop, and it will do translation and etc. Next, please. Luciole is a model that we published 2 weeks ago, so it's brand new, and we published it 1B, 8B, 23B. You can download it and use it for yourselves. Next, please. You can see that we tried to have the most diverse data set possible so that it's not English only, but it's also French, German, Italian, etc. And we compare to the only closed models that we know anything about, which is Llama 2. Next, please. This is how we've been using the Wikimedia projects so far. Yeah, we use only 1.4% of the whole data sets, but it's the quality that matters here. Next, please. So, I would love you to get in touch with me, so feel free to contact me, to talk to me if you see me wandering around or trying to plug a cable or anything. There's an email address here if you want to get in touch with OpenLLM France. And that's it for me. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to move right along to our next speaker, Nicholas. Nicholas, do you have slides? Okay. Perfect. Olivia has your slides. Okay. Here you go.
Should I?
If you can climb it, yeah. There you go.
So while we wait, I think I can introduce myself first. So this is my first time in France, in Paris, outside of Indonesia also, I guess. And I'm from Indonesia. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay. Can I start now? Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Nicholas KHF, and I'm usually active in Indonesian Wikisource and also Wikimedia Incubator, where with my community I usually develop Sasanis Wikipedia and also Sasanis Dictionary. And while we're doing that, I feel like we can do something with the Wikimedia Incubator that we can try to improve that, basically. So please next. Wikimedia Incubator is basically the test project that we can do. We can try to test the project that we want to create for new languages, something like that. And we try to gather the community. We can do that in the Wikimedia Incubator. Next, please. So in Wikimedia Incubator, there are several things that are really good in here. And I can summarize it into 3 points in here. Next, please. The first one will be a stable system where we can, in Incubator, we already have the auto categorization where we can have the category that created automatically for each project and also each language code in here, which means that we can have the statistic on how much article that we have created, how much we have grown, etc. for that. And because it is automatic, means that we do not need the newcomer to write the category by themselves, and that will make it less prone to error. The second one is test admin rights, where the administrator and incubator are local, which means that if I have the administrator rights for Sasanis Wikipedia only, I cannot do any administrator tools on the Sasanis Dictionary, which is good because community can have, we can manage their own project, and it will not have any risk to break the entire incubator, like entire project for that. And the last one is, it has a simple guide and policy where if you read the manual, you can see that newcomer can read the manual and try to create their own new project. I think it's just a few hours, so it is really good for that. Next, please. But as the title suggests, there are several things that we can still improve. Right. In here, I summarize it into 3. The next, please. The first one will be have a project checklist. So far, in Incubator, we don't really have a very clear project checklist for what we need to have, what we need to do for the Incubator. So for example, in here, we can have a project, for example, if we want to create a new Wikipedia language, maybe, we need to have maybe translate 1,000 articles that every Wikipedia should have, and then we need to have minimum 3 active volunteers for the whole year, for example, and etc. for that. And then we can combine this checklist with qualitative assessment, such as maybe from that 1,000 articles, we can have at least maybe 10% or 20% that have a good quality articles. So we still can have a qualitative assessment there. Next. Okay, the second one is, I forgot what's this. Oh yeah, more detailed guidebook. So after we create the Wikipedia project, at first I was like, what should I do after this? What should I do next for that? And maybe we can try to do that. Maybe we can try to create a detailed guidebook to the new community on how to start it, tips on starting, maybe tips on gathering community, tips on growing the community, and then tips on which articles should be prioritized, such as 1,000 articles that every Wikipedia should have, or maybe for the Wiktionary, maybe we can have the Swedish list, something like that. Okay, and then next. And the last one is equal ground for new contributors, because each language project should be approved by a language committee first, right? And on the transparency section, it says that the committee is especially interested in hearing those who proposed new wiki in the past and got either refused or approved, which means that the past proposer have like more interest by the language committee, and this bias against new contributors may makes them less enthusiastic. So hopefully next time we can have an equal ground for new contributors. And next, I think we can go next again. Yeah, I can go next. Yes, this one. So probably after we try to improve the Wikimedia incubator, we can have a little bit more efficient ovens that can maybe have a more quality for the foods, right? But you know that the quality of the food itself are more influenced by the ingredients and also recipe, which means that the quality or the capacity of the volunteers itself will be more important than the oven. So we can still try to improve both of the ovens and also the volunteers. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicholas. And next we have Valerie on open source. Valerie? Oh, Valerio. I'm sorry. It's been a busy morning. I'm hungry. Who's hungry? Yeah. Valerio, here you go.
Thank you so much. We are loading the screen. Yes, I never leave my backpack unattended. Never leave your backpack unattended. Somebody will install Linux on your computer if you leave your backpack unattended. Can you open, please, this tab? This one. Yes? No? We can close this? Yes, thanks. Okay, not really. What's happening here? Okay, nothing works. Okay, Wikimedia CH technical strategy. I'm here as volunteer today. I work for Wikimedia CH since some years, but today I'm volunteer presenting my work with this organization because it affects volunteer, and I wanted as volunteer to have something that positively affects also me when I'm talking with an organization. So please raise your hand if you used Google Form or Google Docs or Google something in the last day. Okay, that's what we tend to do, but we cannot assume that every single volunteer is a customer of Microsoft, is a customer of Google, is a customer of this kind of giant companies producing closed source software just to join our movement. So this is our potential issue, let's say. So my goal was to produce a document which was easily copy and pastable for other organizations. So it's so meta, the meme, it's so meta is true. So the basic, the core thing of having a technological strategy for our organization, it can be small or medium, is making sure that your collaboration like professional collaboration. When you have a budget as an organization and you want to enable a project, you create a new project, create a new software project. So you expect somebody else producing software for you. It's important to have somehow very clear requirements for your organization to be sure that the software is open so that you can use the software, because sometimes it's not so clear that because we are in an hackathon in this very moment. I was 5 seconds ago in the hackathon room, and we have seen a lot of incredible AI generated projects which are source available but are closed source because have not an open license. So it's for people, it's too much complicated to understand what is open source, but we are Wikimedians. We know what is open content. So we should be very opinionated about what is open content, and so open source, because there is no open content without open source. So that is our historical context was the COVID, indeed, where in that moment, every single school of the planet was massively adopting closed source software offered for free. You know, so every single children is now a customer of these organizations now because of our choice. So it was easier at the time, and now we will see the results. If these next generations will be more active or more passively ingesting technologies without knowing how to improve it. So maybe we can change this trend. Maybe we can just maybe take the best we can. For example, in Switzerland, we have many data centers focusing and supporting open source software. Maybe we have many billionaires acquiring big social networks and then potentially opening it or not, we will see, but we must have clear announcements that if you want to make it open source, it must be an open source approved license, not just open blah blah. And so, again, this is just, if my phone is not locked by monsters. The first point is technologies should support free knowledge, which is something obvious, but is it really? For example, sometime I really recommend to have clear directions to support your free contents, because indeed, if you create a software which is not compatible with Wikimedia Toolforge, it will never be a tool. If we have a software which is not compatible with Wikimedia Cloud, it will never be used by the community. So it's important to have this kind of very clear requirements, because it's easier. It's easy. Also, I will just suggest to don't continue this discussion about security through obscurity, because it's not that if I don't know where I leave my key of my house, then it's safer. No, my house should be well designed in a way that whoever in the planet knows how is designed my house, how is designed Wikipedia, but nobody can enter Wikipedia and get my data. So we tend to do different things while thinking about real things, but Wikipedia teaches that open standards are more safe. So I encourage to do this more documentation, more open documentation, open standards, open everything, because this is the only way to have a safe system, easily auditable for external security experts, and not just by us. And so, again, also, we have no time, really, but I encourage to also open decisions. So when you make a decisions, don't just communicate these final decisions. Have open meetings with your community and help them in be informed and involved and listen them. Also in technology. Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions for our speakers? Okay, 2 minutes for questions. We have one in the back. Oops, sorry.
Hi, my name is Ulrike. I have a question for the OpenLLM in France, and how does this fit into? Does this aligned to any political strategy on the French government side or the European Union side? And do you have funding for it or not?
I think that's for me, right? Yeah. Yeah, of course, we do have funding from the French government, from the BPI, Banque Publique d'Investissement, and we are not working alone on this. Le CNRS and many other companies help us. The idea is to create a common, because everything about Wikipedia is to share knowledge and to share tools and to have something in common. So that's what we're doing here. So the only thing that I can say is that, yes, there's public money involved, so we're building a public tool. Anyone can join. There is a Discourse server if you want to talk with people building it like right now. And does that answer your questions?
Maybe a follow-up. I was at the Wikimedia Futures Lab around the Wikimedia Europe General Assembly, and there was a person from Open Euro LLM, at the University, Charles University in Prague. They're working on something similar, but broader scope and more languages and so on. Do you have any insight on like how this Open LLM ecosystem works? Like, do you collaborate in some way or another, or are you working completely on your own? Are there conferences in this direction?
So I'm not working actively on these, so I won't be able to answer very specifically. But I don't think that this has anything to do with the OpenLLM France team, and I think that's a good thing that there are several initiatives all around Europe and the world working on building AI tools for everyone. And of course, we share information and ideas, and the idea of building open source, like real open source with logiciel libre, free license, makes sense because it allows to go faster, and you don't have to be like married to work together.
All right. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for today. Let's thank our speakers. Thank you very much, everybody. Excellent. And it is now lunchtime. So the next session in this room will be, I will tell you, one moment, please. Where's my thing? Okay. There's a lunch meetup in here for un momento, por favore. Por favore, internet decided to die. the microphone for one moment? All right. All right, bonjour, welcome, hello. Did everybody have a good lunch? All right, thank you for your patience as we sort out some technical difficulties. And I would like to introduce Victoria, who will talk to us about Wikinews.
Yes, and when I was going for the pre-conferences, I discovered this picture. So it was meant to be. The title of my talk is Titanic Meets the Iceberg, and you will tell me what is the Titanic and what is the iceberg. So for those of you who by any chance don't know the story of Titanic, it was the largest ocean liner, and it was sailing under conditions that there were icebergs, but it was believed to be unsinkable because it was too big. And they saw a small iceberg in the distance and then started veering off, but it was too late because the iceberg, as you know, is much bigger under the water. So, sister projects are non-Wikipedia projects, and as you know, Wikimedia has a lot of them, and there was no procedure for closing the projects. There was a procedure for opening the projects, but not for closing one, and nobody knew what to do about it. So proposals for closure of language projects, for example, I don't know, Russian Wikipedia or Russian Wiktionary, are handled by the language committee. But it's not in the remit of the language committee to close the whole sister project. So for example, here you see a table. Next slide, please. Yes, so here you see a list of the requests for closure, and somebody made a request to close Wikispecies, which is another sister project, and it was speedily rejected because language committee is not authorized to make decisions about it. And in theory, board of trustees is supposed to close the project, but there wasn't never a case for that. Next slide, please. So, Board of Trustees initiated a task force. There was a committee of the board called Community Affairs Committee, or CAC, and it was supposed to look after community relations, including the projects. And this is the Project Task Force, or SPTF, consisted in the beginning of 6 trustees and then 5 Wikimedians, which were selected via an open call on Meta and Wikimedia L. So you apply, we had an interview, and if you are a Wikimedian in good standing, preferably from a sister project rather than Wikipedia, you were accepted. So as soon as we formed the task force, we started socializing the idea that we need a procedure for closing sister projects. So we had a workshop during Wikimania 2023, and on Wiki Conference North America as well, 2023, basically where the members of the task force went, they were talking about it and asking people what should we do about the sister projects. And also there was a question, what would be the candidates for opening something that is a project but not an official sister project yet, and then candidates for closing. Next slide, please. Right. And this is, I don't know where to put this slide, in the beginning and the end, because you will see that this spans the whole timeline of Sister Project Task Force. We went to different conferences, and as the progress was made in what we were doing, the topics changed. But basically, Wikimania is the place to be if you want to know what is happening and influence what will be happening. So hopefully people who are in here will get some ideas that will be implemented. Next slide, please. Right, so after a year, we developed a policy for closing sister projects, and it was approved by this first draft by the Community Affairs Committee. After which we ran a public consultation where we asked people to comment on what should be changed, do they like the policy, what should be removed, for example. And we ran it on Meta, and we made global calls. There were some comments, but not much was said because, you know, in abstract thing, we have a lot of policies, proposals, everything, but it's not relevant as people think. So I would say that that was equivalent of somebody on the Titanic spotting a small iceberg in the distance. Small iceberg, far away, Titanic is unsinkable, everything is fine. So revised policy was approved by the Community Affairs Committee in July. However, initially we thought that that would be the end of the SPTF. But CIC said that, you know, the policy is only good when you tested it and you know that it works, or doesn't. Then back to the drawing board. And we were given a mandate to test the policy by evaluating one project for possible opening, other sister projects, which would be a huge thing, and one for closing, which also would be a big thing. Next slide, please. So, as I said, you see a small 11 people, sister project task force, and then you have Wikinews that were in several languages, and there were a million articles. Everything's fine, nothing to worry about. Next slide, please. Right. And we considered a project called Wikispore for opening, but decided that it's not big enough and there is not enough contributors, so it's better to stay where it is. And we decided to consider Wikinews for closing. I must say that when we were asking questions on various forums about what project you would close, Wikinews just kept coming up. In different audiences, in different regions, in different languages, people were saying that they don't see the value in Wikinews. So we made a report and examined Wikinews according to the policy that I told you about. And what we discovered, that most of the content of Wikinews is non-verifiable and often not NPOV, because it's written by one person and nobody edits it. It's basically their own essay. And as you know, in normal journalism, the texts are going through several rounds of edits, and there is an editor who can make decisions or overrule the author. And in fact, one of the things that people from the Wikinews were complaining about, that there is not enough high-level evaluation. So there was no synergy with other Wikimedia projects. And it stems from the first point, because, as you know, Wikipedia should rely on verifiable sources. And something which is not an official news organization and there are no checks, this is just a primary source which shouldn't be quoted. And then when we looked at the statistics of who is actually reading it, it shows that the users are not searching for what is in the Wiki News. So 70% of traffic to Wiki News was from the bots, basically. And the bots were what will later become AI. So we were feeding not people, but AI. And of the top search queries, there was the Google search queries, then less than 5% were news related. So, for example, if you, the Russian Wiki News were quite big, again, because they did automatic uploading. And if you search for a Russian name, because the name is many times in Wiki News, this will come up for the name. But obviously, that's not relevant for your search. And poor community health, in many cases, because it's sort of marginal projects, there were only 2 or 3 editors. And also, it was a place where people indefinitely blocked on Wikipedias in the relevant languages went to work. So you can imagine how wonderful it was to work there. Next slide, please. So, as I said, it's a limited use to people. And if we compare just random articles in Wikipedia and Wiki News about the national election 2025 in Poland, Wikipedia, there was 117,000 page views for the article Polish national elections, and Wiki News also had a page, and it was 175, so almost 100,000 less. On release of Nintendo Switch, Wikipedia 4,200 and Wiki News 2. And election of the new Pope 44,000 and 3,009. And this is actually from the public consultation that we run on Meta. Next slide, please. So about the poor community health, again, you can see that the Russian Wikipedia at the time and Russian Wiki News had comparable number of articles, 2 million in Wikipedia and 1.5 million in Russian Wiki News. But if you compare the number of edits, number of new registered users, and number of active editors, you can see that this is very much different. And you would say, how did you make 1.5 million articles with 29 active editors? And you would probably know the answer: bots. So they basically uploaded everything that was under free license into the Russian Wiki News, and it was sitting there for years without being looked at by human editors and accumulating vandalism and other things. Next slide, please. Right, so on the basis of all this, SPTF recommended not to approve Wikispore. I didn't talk much about Wikispore. It's a small project and didn't cause much interest. And then close Wiki News. And that was a recommendation. And we started a community consultation in June. And then we extended it until 15th of August. And it was done on Meta. And there were calls in English and in Russian, because I know Russian, and because it was one of the biggest projects. And there was a lot of hostility from the people from the Wiki News, but generally people from other projects and even some people who from Wiki News were supportive of the closure. And it was discussed at Wikimania in 2025 in a session with 10 people attended. So now the iceberg is already ripping under the waterline. The Wiki News is close to being closed forever, but again, not much interest. And in December, Board of Trustees approved Wikinews closure. In January, the sister project task force was no more. So it was, as it often happens with the projects, Wikimedia projects, it was a one-off event. At the moment, we have a policy which can be used by people, but short of the Board of Trustees deciding something to do about the project, we don't have the mechanism. And in April 2026, Wikinews were made read-only Didn't cause much oversteer. Just today somebody asked me, oh, there is this woman, she edits Ukrainian Wikinews, but she cannot do it anymore. What happened? And I was like, it was closed. They didn't know. Next slide, please. Right, so now we have an updated picture. And I want you to see, look back at the pictures that we had, where we had Wikinews and Sister Project Task Force. But Sister Project Task Force was only a visible part because it was designed by the Community Affairs Committee. Board of Trustees were aware of it, and this is where authority of closing the project lies. Then Wikimedia Foundation was involved in it, of course, because we later had some stuff on the Sister Project Task Force, and that's what came out of the work, that it's not enough to have volunteers. If you have some sort of movement-wise committee, it's better to have staff so the foundation knows what's happening. And there was a movement there as well, not the best picture because the movement would be much wider than Wikimedia Foundation. But I would say that if we had a strong response from non-Wikinews people and that we shouldn't close it, we wouldn't have done it. So we wouldn't have overruled, we as in the task force wouldn't have been able to recommend the project for closure. So there is no SPTF. There is a procedure for sister projects, life cycle, which is opening and closing. We didn't test the new, the opening part. Next slide, please. And just as I was making the slides, there is an RFC on Meta about closing another sister project, which is Abstract Wikipedia. So somebody, although we were talking for many years that RFC is not an appropriate mechanism to discuss anything really because it's random people and there is no equity. Anyways, there is this RFC about closing Abstract Wikipedia. And summary is summarized. The RFC, I didn't check the number, didn't have time, but I believe that this is correct. 74% supported rollout, pausing the rollout. People want transparency to see what's happening with the project, and it was evenly split. But if you look at the numbers, it's about 50 people. And if you cast your mind back at what Sister Project Task Force did for 3 years, having public consultation, online consultation, talking about it on different conferences, having calls, here you have something, and knowing now about the structure of the iceberg, please, if you think that abstract Wikipedia can be closed, not will be, can be closed based on that RFC, please raise your hand. Yes, there is one person that thinks that it can be done. Next slide, please. So, while we're having questions, I would like you to think about how movement-wide discussions should be organized and how this process can be made legitimate to the communities, because there is a lot of talk on this Wikimania about that we need to move faster. And I completely agree with you. The whole process took 3 years from forming the task force to closing the Wikinews, and it was about 10 years before that people were talking that Wikinews are not something that we need to be invested in. Thank you. Questions?
I have one question, because one of the points, the reasons for deletion of Wikinews was, in my opinion, a great example of Wikipedia user arrogance. When you have these 4 points, the top one was lack of verification and neutral point of view. And this is so, like, I am editing Wikipedia, but I am also a heavy user of sister projects. And this is example of the people are complaining on sister projects that this is arrogance of Wikipedia users that coming to sister projects and they are using rules from Wikipedia that are not present on sister project. For example, neutral point of view on Wikivoyage, like there is no such rule. Verification, there is no such rule on Wikidictionary. So basically, it's so deep into heads of Wikipedia users that when they are moving to a different project, basically they treat like every project should have this, and not so many have them. So when I saw I fully agree with removing the Wikinews, but basically the reason of it was very Wikipedia centric, not sister projects. That's something that gives this feeling of Wikipedia user arrogance.
Do I speak first, or do you want to respond first?
Right. I agree with you. And it's probably because Wikipedia was the first project and it's very successful. But I would say that depending on the project, NPOV can be important or not important. For example, for Wiktionary, how do you even apply NPOV? For Wikisource, it's non-copyrighted materials. Many of them are like 200 years old, and you wouldn't expect them to be neutral and everything. So I understand what you're saying, and verification as well, the same. How do you you can verify a quote in Wiktionary, but not in many cases. But so, not corresponding to one of the criteria, so Wikipedia criteria, is not bothering anyone. I am a biologist, and what is bothering me is that we have wiki species which are contradicting to Wikidata and then the internal English Wikipedia system. So here is something, in my opinion, even worse. However, it's the combination of all these factors. We don't have NPOV dictionary, but nobody is going to sue us because it's not NPOV and they don't like what's written there. However, if you have a news piece, especially a living person, but there is no rules that says that all the information should be verifiable and everything. And this is open, it opens us to the legal suits, right? So I agree that sister projects are not Wikipedia, but if you have a combination of all that, including health of the community, which is a new one, then you have a problem. We had a problem with Wikinews.
Hi. I agree with closing Wikinews, but I don't really believe that you founded the task force for the abstract idea of closing, having the ability to close anything, and then later on just found Wikinews as a subject. It's not really convincing to me.
You mean that you don't believe that the initial task was just to make some abstract procedure and not to use it for anything? You're saying that the task force was created with an explicit idea to closing Wikinews? Okay.
Sorry, not exactly a question, but more to as a response to what's on the discussion, because I think that's the issue that some communities face a lot when it comes to the decision made for closing Wikinews. For example, in my community in Malaysia, we felt like it wasn't properly consulted to us because as much as it was discussed in some Wikimanias, we didn't have the most delegation to those Wikimanias. I think 2023 we were too new at that time, so we didn't know much. 2024 there were not many. 2025 there were even less people, and suddenly it's already closed. But our community really used Wikinews a lot, especially for our collaboration, including with the government. So to get a lot of institutional support for our media pass, which we were kind of in the process of trying to apply. But with the closure, we were suddenly, stopped in our tracks. And we also had plans for, we were discussed with some universities to work on incubator Wikinews for indigenous languages. But now we cannot start new incubator news for indigenous languages, which limited the amount of things that we can do with them. So I feel like I know that it is, some people do not like the idea of prioritizing affiliates. I'm not saying that we're prioritizing affiliates per se, but aside from like general community consultation, perhaps it's also important to consult every affiliate if it concerns them, because I feel like affiliates sometimes know the community a lot better, and it's easier to reach to the community rather than just making like a notice, for example. Because I think for the general user in any community, they don't really notice a lot of the notices. Even myself, as someone who has been in the movement for a long time, I sometimes don't really realize that there are like public notices for like consultation. But if they're consulting with the affiliates, then we tend to realize it more. Our affiliate was only aware of the closure when it was like close to being closed. So we were like, we couldn't do anything anymore. We tried to appeal, but then there was barely, it was kind of like already, and I discussed with a few other communities, we feel like it's the concern of another community being imposed on us, if you get what I mean. Like the concern about the reason why it's being closed doesn't apply to our community's usage of Wikinews. So perhaps English Wikinews should be closed or Russian Wikinews should be closed, but not other Wikinews projects which are doing well and fine.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions online? Online. Do we have any questions in the chat?
Okay, let's see what we have here. I just read it verbatim. Do you think that the abstract Wikipedia RFC has the mandate to ask for more transparency from the board and the WMF at large on the significant amount of money being spent on the project?
Yes, there is a mandate. I mean, as I said, the procedure is still there, and it shows how you can ask for closure of a project. Is it a long-standing project like Wikispecies, just an example, or abstract Wikipedia, which is developing projects, but is it developing fast enough, considering that we are having problems with AI and falling of the readership? I'm just saying that the problem with the movement, this is our strength, but this is our weakness as well, that we're very decentralized and we don't know what the other parts are doing. As Koshek said, some parts were already mature and it didn't work. Maybe it could have worked in their case, but by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Here, again, mature communities, if you look at people that started talking about abstract Wikipedia, it's the same global North people. So we don't know what people in ECAP are knowing about it. But there is a procedure. And this is a procedure that requires work, requires to show that abstract Wikipedia, for example, I don't know, doesn't work. In the RFC, it was like, I looked at 5 articles and they don't work. And then people who work on abstract Wikipedia come and tell, oh, but here's 10 articles that work. How can you draw conclusions from it? I don't. But what I would encourage people is to go to the policy which is there, to look at it, to go through it, to collect the data and submit it to the board of trustees, right? And that would be the correct procedure.
Hi, I'm Der Hexer. My home wiki is MetaWiki. The questions bother me for, I would say, almost 2 decades. Like, how do we make decisions, especially movement-wide decisions? I had a presentation about that last year at Wikimania, in case you want to watch it again. I've tried to answer this question first from good decision. I'm sorry. From a global perspective, then going back to local, and then returning to global. So I'm a steward. Stewards make decisions for technical parts. We help develop the U4C so that there's finally a body that makes decisions at some point for conduct-related issues. Indeed, there is no real process for making decisions globally. In fact, there is the policy for request for comments on MetaWiki, but you have shown the numbers, like 50 people participated in this RFC. That's absolutely not acceptable to make a decision for the global community. So it's really like, no matter what the result will be, and the policies say that a MetaWiki admin or a steward will make a decision on that RFC. It will not be binding to anybody. So no matter what the stewards or MetaWiki admins will say about this RFC, it's like this. So of course the idea is to have decisions on in our Wikiverse at the most local level, subsidiarities and the idea behind that. And we could have asked the same questions for our local communities. How are German Wikipedia discussions and decisions organized for difficult decisions? There are RFCs, and I don't know how it's in your communities, but we also made decisions on our local level that were not accepted. So there was even the threshold of, reached the threshold of majority or 2/3 majority. But if there are people against decisions, you still cannot enforce them. Who would do this? Would admins do this? Would they block people just because German Wikipedians don't want to use star and cross for everyone? No. So it's like, it's trust. Again, so like trusting the system, trusting the outcome of the process. And now going back to the global level, do we have that already? No, we don't. So the global RFCs are there. There's a process for that. But who's aware of global RFCs? So no. I'm thinking of, like, there have been global decisions on something. There was the licensing reform like 15 years back, where 5,000 people participated, highly advertised through banners, etc. And still there are still people on German Wikipedia who really hate CC licenses, are only supporting GFDL, etc. So it's like, you have a chance to make, there was of course the idea of having a global council and a movement charter and to have some place where we can have global decisions. That's not anymore. We don't need to cry here. But we still have this lack, and this, like, you could make advertise like global RFCs. Communities should use that, or could help establish a process using banners or village pump invitations for such conversations. But the one on abstract Wikipedia is ridiculous. I'm sorry to say that. I appreciate that people are talking about this and sharing ideas, but that's not how global community comes together.
So direct response to Martin, by the way, before I saying my idea. So I kind of agree that like it's the meta discussion. So whoever like the wants to involve the discussion, so let involve. Like many people just like ignore discussion and like the contributing. That might be the problem. But like I also thinking at least like the comment is also agreeable. Like the probably the more outreach to the place or that could be helpful to get more decisions, because what I'm thinking about Wikinews in general, in Korean aspect actually, so it's kind of the not like the effective project at all. So many people sort of like kind of agree that the existing journal media the trends has been changing to the social media and the instance like the news and the YouTube and like all the trends to the reading, getting information about the current events has been changing, or they're going to Wikipedia to just actually going for the latest news. For example, the plane crash incident, for example, if there's like something like that, or earthquakes, they just gonna posting on they just gonna find the articles related to the Wikipedia where it's saying the latest news in the has the appointment of the neutral point of view. So I know there are some languages that are very effective, like the Malaysian case or the Russian. They just using as a pre-source media to avoiding somehow the censorship. Anyway, yeah, but like some languages, there is effective way, but most languages, I think there are having like somehow the problems that Wikinews has been like, just like only some people are writing, but like the not effective way to sharing the pre-movements. That's why I think people kind of agree to like the closing Wikinews. So like I know there were some still concerns raising, but like the sound has been like a little bit quieter than the closing the other sister projects. I will hopefully, so what I'm thinking is like I know because the closing of the Wikinews was happening because of the trends that what I'm explaining, not like the because of the unexpectedness of the other sister projects as well. So what I'm thinking is please be like the patience for like the other projects and like the respect to the contributors, because I know the Wiktionary, Wikisource, and etc. The many other sister projects, I'm pretty sure they are the valuable contributors. So I'm pretty sure the other projects is gonna be like the kind of the entire projects that they're somehow the effective working effective ways. So yeah, I just like the treating the Wikinews as a special cases as well as the abstract Wikipedia, the one that was the other discussions raising, but like however, so it should be going by project. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
And I strongly agree the Youngjin the other people's opinion, and I want to say in the Korean Wikimedia project readers' opinion. And firstly, I strongly agree the close of the Wikinews. But second, the step of the close the project process is very not good, because the closing process must be the global RFC for the notificate every Wikimedia sister project. So, but most of the Korean people in the just read the Wikimedia project sister project said that why have a very many Wikimedia sister project, because the most successful wiki in the Korean NamWiki is the just have a one wiki on the Wikipedia and Wikisource or the Wikiversity or the Wikiboost and at etc. So also I think that the most of the wiki sister project can write on the Wikipedia in the also in Korean Korean dictionaries make the just same situation. But the step of the closing the project sister project must be the notification to the all of the Wikimedia project, and the ask the reader and the contributor on the organizers on the all of the people.
I will start with the last question about legitimacy, and I think what make a decision legitimate is time to discuss about it. And I was part of the task force for the last 3 years, so we discuss a lot with those. And I can say that at first we didn't discuss about Wikinews. And we had the first meeting to know each other and to discuss about what will be the next project to join the Wikimedia projects, and which one we may discuss about to close eventually. And I was much more about Wikispecies than Wikinews at that time. And it wasn't about one project or another, it was just general discussion. And also, on the point about knowing what's going on the project or in meta, I think we need some WikiPress inside our project, like people that translate main discussion into small communities, and that may help to be part of the global movement.
I just wanted to say that I do understand that sometimes, especially with such a large global movement, one making tough decisions, it is difficult to inform everybody to the extent that is desired by some communities. I know some communities did really like Wikinews and whatnot, but overall, I do think the sister project task force was the right way to make these decisions. I know some people weren't very happy with that decision, but a global RFC, like Der Hexer said, is just simply not effective. I think potentially a global RFC is a way for the community to identify problems and for task forces to develop it and advertise it further. However, I don't necessarily think that the long and grueling consensus process is an effective way to deal with situations where like a consensus is just really hard to reach for closing wiki news. Everyone knew it was ineffective, but if we put these discussions up on an RFC, what usually happens is most people don't answer it, and then it would be skewed towards the people who are really angry about it. So I think what the sister project task force did was the right way to move, and it should happen again were there to be a another project that's struggling.
So I'm gonna cut off the questions in the room because we have questions online. Maybe time for two questions, and then we need to close it out. Thank you.
Okay, the first question from the chat is the first one. Where is it just now? Okay, the first one is transparency possible to be achieved in terms of the decisions taken by the editors in Wikipedia? And then secondly is the arguments. The arguments here actually, let's just clarify a bit, the arguments for alternative ways to improve the Wikinews project being considered in the process.
That was one of the things I wanted to say at the end, because we are at the end, is that Richard, who is the person that is responsible for Wikispore, has showed me a prototype of something which is called Wikinewsy, and this is supposed to be an alternative to Wikinews. So Wikinews is dead, long live Wikinews, and as I understood it, it pulls the most edited articles in various projects, and there is translation. So, and it's in an app, so you can immediately see what's happening in the world because articles in Wikipedia is being translated. So it's not dead. I know there are talks about domain and trademark and everything. Yes, and I also wanted to respond to your comments that the explicit specific goal was to close Wikinews and everything else was sort of shoehorned into it. I don't know, is Nora an independent person who is one of the meta-selected random Wikimedian who was interested in the topic, that it wasn't the case. And I don't know if you would believe me that we started with the idea of we need to open a project and we need a procedure to open the project. And the closing was just for balance, Wikimedian balance. And I I supported other projects, wiki journals. But the most people, the task force said, no, let's look at Wikispore, right? And I hear the concerns about the affiliates. I think it's a very good remark, and hopefully when we design the process, redesign the process, we will take it into the account. Okay? Thank you very much. And I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Right now is coffee break, and the opening ceremony will be starting at 4 o'clock. Please do not leave any of your belongings behind. This is the last session in this room. Thank you.